Dagan D goes back to old agency, cool face, Alps, farmer, ox.
Doge with the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Welcome back, everybody. We might have lost about 100 people that fell asleep watching that meeting, though. They'll be back. Brandy. Yeah, no, it was born until he dropped that meme on us. That was nice. Fresh stream, guys. Fresh stream means new likes. Like it up, like it up. Or hit that unlike button, that works too. Just let the YouTube algorithm know that it's not a bunch of bots in here. Let's check on it. Yeah, it's 27 mil plus the 12 plus some scattered. So altogether, they're still there, yeah. Possible if we break the lows. We're definitely not out of hot water yet. What we're trying to do right now is put in a higher low. Right, we got our low. We need a higher low so we can build a W to get out of here. Yeah, that was a decent size wick. But this demand here, this demand is what's it's this buy order creating this demand. Sorry, I had a brain fart. That's disrespectful the way Fecal Coin just wants to bounce off of my TP like that. I'm doing exactly what I tell y'all not to do, which is watch these things after you got out. My bad. I gotta do better. Nice stopping volume candle to come down and grab that. Remember we were talking about the retest of the 50 would give us that vector fill while they were at it. Still 2 minutes left for this candle to close though. Doran. Doge Viking with the 10 gifties. W gifties, W new members. Appreciate you, Doge. Always appreciate your support, Viking. I could start using my old Twitter if you guys want to connect on Twitter. I've got a Twitter that I just use for research. But yeah, let me clean it up a little and then I'll give the Twitter out. Jay with the 10 gifties. Appreciate you, Jay. Uh-oh. Jay and Doge going to war. W gifts, bro. Let's go. Family's getting bigger. Hopefully I can provide some value and you guys will stay.
Have you ever thought about streaming to X2?
Yeah. I've been honestly thinking about maybe having a night where we do a spaces of some sort.
Yeah, honestly, man, I live streamed there like for the David Sachs press conference.
Yeah.
And I had like 10,000 views, just watching that, and the way you commentate, I think, have those things up.
Nah, it'll be cool. Yeah, I've been thinking about that as a way to sort of funnel people into the YouTube.
Yeah, the live news events go like really well.
And yeah, I do need to start camming up. See if I get my barber over here tomorrow. Handle this crypto beard. All right, I'll check it out, Raj. Give me a minute. The YouTube membership gets you emojis and a badge and shit like that. And then if you're asking for if you're a member and you're asking for TA and it's busy, you know what I mean? Like it's just gonna stand out more. Basically goes non-members asking for TA and members take priority over non-members asking for TA. And then super chat TA takes priority over members asking for TA. So it's like just depends on how much of a hurry are you to get your, you know. Somebody comes in and we're doing a bunch of TA and like I've got 4 or 5 of them stacked up, but they've got a play that needs immediate attention. Super chat is probably the fastest way to get that answered. Nah, I can't put my barber on the stream, bro. He's too famous as it is already. This guy's making way too much money, bro. Every time I see him, he's in something new. I'm like, bro, I am paying you way too much for these haircuts. Took his girl on vacation to Malta for 3 weeks, had me looking like a wolf. We're gonna need to talk about this. Rambo, what's going on, brother? Hey, I'll take you up on that. I saw some pictures from their trip. Malta's beautiful. Yeah, but I live in Miami and I'm from New York City, so like I'm used to crowded. Crowded doesn't bother me. I like to be where the buzz is, you know? Damn, that sounds good, Raj. I might just be hungry, but I'm pretty sure that even if I wasn't hungry, that would sound amazing. I don't know if everybody can make it to Thailand, yo. I think if we take Pepin to Thailand, he might not make it back. We might lose Pepin in Thailand for good. I don't want to go. He'd be calling his wife like, look, we have to talk. There wasn't one, B. We didn't have any trap shorts. right? So if we look at the weekend trap and we look for false moves, we literally don't have one. Some people were calling this being the false move down, but if that's the false move down, then Warriors are 3-day up, right? If we would have got above these trap longs, I would have felt comfortable calling that the false move up, and then we'd look for a 3-day down. But without the bottoms to free, we're just doing a bunch of range in here. Just got to play it by momentum. All of this price action today is super like reactionary and emotional. Powell didn't really say anything today that he hasn't said before. And that news of Binance selling 95% of their Bitcoin and 99% of their ETH and 95% of their SOL, that's been out for weeks, at least a week. Right? It just got regurgitated today by a couple of news sources that I'm sure had intentions behind it. So, you know how I always say high levels of FUD? High levels of FUD on macro support. Usually a good recipe for a pump. Raj, S&P for the most part follows the same 4-year global liquidity cycle that Bitcoin halving is tied to. The difference between this year or this 4-year stretch is that it's also the end of the 18.6-year real estate cycle. Now, you know how at the end of our bull markets we have those blow off tops, right? Everything gets aggressive towards the end. Well, it's the same at the end of the real estate cycle, right? Except it's sort of a lot more explosive. It tends not to make a lot of sense, but when you put it in perspective, saying that, you know, this almost 20-year cycle is coming to an end, you're gonna get, you know, gold is gonna do stupid shit, S&P is gonna do stupid shit, Bitcoin's gonna do stupid shit. You guys forget right before 2008 when housing crashed at the bottom of the last excuse me, at the bottom of the last real estate cycle, 2007, 2006, 2007, everybody was flush. People were making money hand over fist. Yeah, I appreciate that, Anno. There's a lot of noise out there. There's definitely a lot of noise out there. And by noise, I don't mean like differing opinions, right? Because I think that's important to listen to. But just talking points, just empty words, you know, regurgitating shit that they saw on Twitter. Like, yeah, 1000% they're getting paid to show. And they're getting paid to FUD. You know, these guys with all these millions of followers that are worried about the click-through rate on YouTube and all of that shit, right? That are making money off of AdSense and super chats from thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Like, all they care about is that you're on the channel, right? So if they know everybody's scared, they'll just lean into it, right? They'll give you the red thumbnail with the oh shit face. You can never really know what they truly believe themselves. You know what I mean? It's always like pandering, you know, pandering to retail. Nah, I've been on Xbox for a while, Raj. All right, we can go look at it. Nah, you're good, Raj. We're just hanging out. It would be under. I haven't been on here for a minute. Where is it? It would be under performance, no? Oh, I got you. Historical data. No? No, it's not it either. There we go. Analytics, quarterly returns. All right, so February, we've had 1, 2, 3. Let me see, were they on? We've had 3 red Februaries, and they weren't on the ending, right? They were the year after the halving, basically. March is, we all know March has been nasty. But the median is 12% up in February. The average is 15%. The average for March says it's 18%, but you can't follow that, right? It's skewed by 2013 March. That had 188% gain. Right, so that basically threw off the averages. The mean is negative 2%. Most bullish month, obviously, is my birthday month. But this is right about where I will be taking profits, the rest of my profits. Let's see. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in March. It's still early days in February too, right? We still got half of the month left, more than half of the month left. So we'll see where we end up. Yeah, summer's bad. I told y'all my plans. I plan on de-risking from alts into Bitcoin during the summer. But not walking away. This thing wants to keep teasing me. I'm not getting back in, Fecal. Leave me alone. All right, we're losing that 50 here, guys, so we got to watch out for this higher low. But we're going to go for that 35 mil. Yeah, Galactic. It's not that they won't run. Is that any profits that I have at that point, I'm going to de-risk the profits and put them into Bitcoin. But I'm not going to close my alt positions. I'll just try to compound. Market makers leaving vectors on the way down, which we know to mean that he's leaving long orders. Probably by April, I'll be fully allocated in what I plan on running all the way to the top. But remember how the narratives push, right? So coming up into those levels. Hold on a second. Oh, it's my door. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. All right, my bad. Coming into those levels when narratives start to push and you're coming into the summer, what I mean by de-risking is I'm taking all of those profits. Right? I'm not giving any of that back. If we get the move that I'm expecting, it should be like a mini altcoin season before the summer. And then everything cools off and then we have that blow off top. No, double top is like the opposite of a blow off top, right? A blow off top is a top that you break your local high and then it's just a big expansive move, quick move that instantly takes it all back, basically, right? It's FOMO. It's a FOMO top. It's also one last sweep of shorts. Right? One nice big upward sweep of shorts. Everybody that tried to maybe swing at it too early. Well, the main thing I'm going to be looking for, Moonshine, is what coins are actually going to move. If we do get a run before May on the alts, pay attention to what coins are moving. Because the ones that don't, chances are they've had this long, they managed to get to their bottoms. They've had this long to accumulate and they still don't run with the alts, they're probably not going to do shit. So for a lot of people, May, going into the summer, taking profit on those alts, is going to be a time to reposition into something with strength. Right? We're getting too close to the end of the bull market to be able to hope and pray that your coin is going to do something. It's got one more time to prove it. Yeah. For me, it's more a sell in May, but don't go away because things are still super bullish, right? Last year, the bull market, but you do want to de-risk. We've seen how dramatic some of these altcoin pullbacks have been, right? Last thing you want to do is go underwater on this dip, buy the dip, make it all back, get a couple X's on it, and then end up giving it back because you didn't take profit again. Nah, you're not lying, Sean. You're sitting in the chat right now. You're doing better than most people who said, screw this, I can't watch this. And they're just off doing something else right now. But that's why they won't know what happened until the news comes out, you know, and you'll already be in position. We need dominance to give us some relief here and break down out of this bear flag. What's everybody having for dinner tonight? I think it's a Wagyu cheesesteak type of night. Smokies, that sounds horrible, bro. I didn't want to ask. Nice, some shrimp scampi. I don't know. Let's take a look at ETH. We were really trying to hold this uptrend on the macro. ETH needs to get over its 50 here. It's that bearish retest of the 50 EMA that sent us here. Need to crawl over that 50 EMA on the 4 hour as soon as possible. Chinese sounds good too. Bro, how much money has he spent looking for that wallet? Without even knowing that if he finds it, nah, he snapped, bro. That's psychosis, right? That dude is going through it. He's completely snapped at this point. Because you spend all that money and say you do find it. You know how much shit that's buried? Like, what makes you think that's even retrievable at this point? Don't get me wrong. I feel his pain. That shit would keep me up at night. But damn, it gets to the point. You know? Gets to the point that you just gotta call it. Can't keep throwing good money at the bad money. Yeah, exactly. I'll eat my words if he finds that shit tomorrow and they access it. But my question is, he's been looking at this thing. He's been looking for it for more than like 4 years, right? It's been at least a cycle. So how much, like he could have just bought Bitcoin at 15 with all those millions. I don't remember how old the story is, Gloomy. It feels like it's like he's been looking forever though. But if he would have just bought Bitcoin with all the money that he used to look for his Bitcoin, he'd probably have his Bitcoin back. Doesn't make any sense.
Dude, by the time he's found it, they'll have broken cryptocurrency and he freaking...
It's already been drained.
Yeah.
That sucks. I mean, I really don't have... That's outside of my knowledge curve. I don't know how long a hard drive can survive exposed to the, you know, to the extremes like that outside and still be able to retrieve that information. I have no idea. But it sounds kind of ridiculous, the idea. Yeah, 2013. What was Bitcoin at in Nah,
this could have paid somebody from North Korea to like reproduce it and like, you know what I'm saying? Like down to the byte level with the money he's used to look for it.
Nuts, bro. Let's see, 2013. Let's go historical data. Damn, they won't even take me back to 2013 here, really?
I bet you some garbage man found the hard drive in it. You know, he saw it sitting there and then he's just used it as a normal hard drive, erased it and put porn on it or something.
Oh, man. Emotional damage.
Let this be a lesson in how stubborn someone can be, how humans can be stubborn.
I know it's under $100, but all right, so $700, $754 was how much Bitcoin was when he lost his wallet, and he started pouring millions into finding it.
And that was the year where everybody was laughing at us for buying it. Or those couple of years, I guess.
Yeah, that little bit of a time after Ross got locked up and got you.
Oh, you're just gambling, man. You're gambling. I hope you lose it all.
What if his wife sold it in a garage sale? Nah, plot twist. What if he has his wallet, but he doesn't want to give his wife half? So this is just all an elaborate scheme to make her think that she lost it because there's much more value in the wallet than the millions he's spending.
That's funny, dude. That's like people who are like afraid the government are going to steal their guns, and they're like, "I lost my guns in a boating accident."
Yeah, that was our thing for the longest. Yeah, the first couple bull markets, that whole "I lost my cold wallet in a boating accident" was a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just hoping that she'll leave Galactic. He's like, God, if I just go really insane with this, maybe she'll just leave me. And I can magically find my wallet under a soda can.
What would be even weirder is if he did dig around and found it, and then Satoshi's body is laying there next to it.
You probably got about the same odds of finding Satoshi as you do finding that hard wallet.
That's my point.
Yeah. Exactly, Scott. He thinks he's slick. We see the plan. Oh, I'm completely talking shit. I have no idea if he's still with his wife or if he even had a wife to begin with. That was one intricate dad joke, Dorian. Damn, my shake is here from Sonic, but my food isn't here yet. I've got choices to make. Fecal coin is back down to my TP. Did I do it? Nah, I'm good. Oh, good. Yeah, we're kind of waiting for that higher low here. So far, that would be nice, though, if it holds. We just got to get back above this 50. But I like that. I like the wick on that. At this point, if that was our bottom, then our W would look like this. But we've got to lock that in. We're not locked in yet. Momentum still hasn't shifted. Going on consistency. Well, we're trying to see if we're going to put in a higher low here. So we can start building out a bottoming pattern. But we do have that 35 mil buy order right underneath us. So it's a bit of a like 50-50 right now. Right, if we can crawl back above this 50 and hold, then we can draw out our W pattern and we'll have our invalidation for our W at 952. But if we come back down into this wick, chances are we're going to grab this liquidity down here. So we just got to play it by ear for a second. No, where's Zeusie's at? I haven't heard Zeusie for a couple days.
Does anybody ever wonder where I am, Dbloc?
You're right there. I always figure you're either like delivering food or on your bike doing something crazy. Well, you gonna tell us what you're doing, or you just gonna leave us in suspense?
I'm microwaving my leftovers from yesterday. Some stir fry chicken, teriyaki chicken, and some grilled veggies over rice.
Nice. Waiting for my food to get here now. My dessert got here before my dinner, and I'm trying to be an adult about it, but
Oh, you don't have to do that. I already ate my cookie.
I mean, have you had a strawberry shake from Sonic before?
No, there's no Sonic. Oh, I have had a Sonic strawberry Sprite.
You need to get a shake.
No, there's no Sonics near me.
I said the same thing the other night. That's how we ended up talking about it. I was like, somebody said something about Sonic, and I was bitching because they always show us the commercials down here, but there's no Sonic. It'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're like, hey, look at this amazing shit that you can't buy. And then somebody said, there's a Sonic in Pembroke Pines. I said, what? Excuse me? And I checked, and damn it, yeah, it was close. Yeah, it was like, damn. I was like, oh, you know what? Jumped on Uber, and then I used the cheat code and had Uber go get me my shake. Perfect.
Oh, so you're in the random ones.
Oh no, yeah, that's definite. Yeah. I might send you somewhere out of the way just to get a shake.
Why am I over it? Yeah, and I know that you have like a window of time to like go to another place after ordering from the first place. Yeah, I'll be on my way to the first place, and then it'll go. Oh, by the way, go over here for so 3 lemons and some tahini.
Consistency. Scott's right. For this to be a cup and handle, the uptrend would have had to come like this, from underneath the cup into the cup and then into the handle, right? Because it's a continuation pattern. But we came down into the cup, so that's not a cup and handle. It's born off of uptrends. Yeah, because it's a continuation pattern, right? So if it was a continuation pattern, then you would expect it to roll over and not pop out. The good news is that the W pattern, if we get it, is the same measured move as a cup and handle, though, right? So let's assume it is a cup and handle. And here's your cup. And then here's your handle. So the measured move of that would be the depth of the cup on the break. But if our W forms, right, has the same measured move, except it doesn't violate any of the rules to get there. No, it's not different names because there are different percentages attached to a cup and handle playing out versus a W pattern playing out. So there's a reason for the difference. But the reason I don't spend too much time arguing about it is because the measured move is the same, right? Nah, it's all good, brother. No, it doesn't have to be a double bottom. It could be a higher low, or it could be a double bottom, or it could be an actual lower low on the W if you get a liquidity sweep. Right, we call them one of those, well, I call them a last swing W, where you'll get a W that starts to form, shorts start to pile up underneath, and market maker comes down, liquidates them, and then pops. But those are more rare, right? Your more common is going to be, and the stronger ones are going to be a lower high. Over 12 years now. Vector gaps and imbalance left in the chart by market maker. Market maker comes in and provides liquidity and leaves an imbalance and leaves matching orders inside of a range that usually gets revisited. In a way, yeah. They are liquidity zones. Not every liquidity zone is a vector gap, but every vector gap has a liquidity zone inside of it. If that makes any sense. Yeah, Prize, we got the momentum shift, right? When the 13 crossed over the 50 here. So we've already got positive momentum. And even with these candles that came down under the 50, you see how the 13 never crossed? So we never got confirmation of negative momentum there. Right? We're still in our confirmation of positive momentum. This is a fake out until the 13 crosses underneath the 50. Right? That's when you'll get your confirmation. Yeah, consistency. We swung at the bottom of this. Catching a bit of a falling knife. Just sprinkles though, not a heavy position. Nah, I haven't TP'd yet. We're still too close to entry. When I try to catch a fallen knife, what I'll do is I'll sprinkle into positions. And then if the pattern breaks down and it comes down under, then I just buy more, right? I look at it as a DCA. I'm not interested in taking profits unless this is the actual bottom. This is more to open positions at an average cost near the bottom. Oh yeah, after the bump, I always take profits. You mean like here? No, I'm not taking profit on that. Yeah, we were waiting for it to come down for the right side of the W. Our target would be our top vector. Daily open. What time is it? Until, hold on. How much time till daily open? Oh. Well, daily open is not going to be much of a draw because we're going to get daily open here soon. But I'm targeting this top vector, 98, 97, 98. Yeah. Yeah. Drops like this, we start looking for bottoming patterns. Right? The bigger the bottoming pattern is, the bigger the retracement is going to be to the top side. And we had a little small W down here that already played out. Like this is what we first swung at. So this W forming down here was our first inkling of any sort of bottoming, right? So even if you don't catch the very bottom, once you see that higher low come in, that's your entry. Right? That was the neckline of our W right there. We were just watching this news conference while it was happening, so didn't really go over it much, but do it now. That's the neckline of our W. And then the measured move is what took us above the 50. Right? So that pattern is done. Now we've got the left side of a W and we're waiting for the right side of the W to go ahead and basically fractal this bigger now. Right? So instead of having it there, our W will fractal to a bigger size. And then we have to take a new measured move.
Will you take a look at Chainlink? And can you give idea of the target for this first wave alt move? I got 37.00, maybe 40.00 if bullish.
So if everything plays out, more importantly, if we can get above this 50 and hold, then that's what I'm looking for. Moonshine with the super chat. I'd like to take a look at Chainlink and idea target first wave move 37. Yeah, I'll take a look. Chainlink, another one of the suppression targets. Everybody and their mother talking about picking up Chainlink, but price doesn't move. That tells you something. Hold on a second. The best accumulation range in all of crypto. Memorize this. Bear market down into a range that lasts over a year. You want to buy every bottom. that you possibly can. It's such a beautiful chart. All right, well, first, let's see what we got as far as fib extensions. These are just fib extensions. These are not targets. Don't get excited just yet. I'm thinking probably 3618. At least that's what I'm aiming for my. Let's see what our measured move gives us. But that's what I'm aiming for my bag. Yeah, see? Look. 3618. But you're asking how much for the first move. I don't think it makes that move by May. Yeah. I don't think it makes that move by May. So we've got to look at resistance, right? We've got a dead cat bounce from the prior bull market, which is definitely going to be resistance. At the very least, that's going to be a place to compound. Right? You've already double topped off the last one. So look at the reaction off of this dead cat bounce here. That's what I'm looking for. Right, so we can break this and pop up. I mean, it's still a nice move from here to there. We can break this and pop up. You're looking at, you know, 2x. And you know how these flags work, right? Once we get the breakout, we're going to want to see the retest. So this might be a little dramatic, but I don't know how bad the summer's going to be for alts. But if you can push up into that range, then I'd be looking to reaccumulate back on the retest. Either the retest of the all-time high or the retest of the bull flag high, or here. So basically, I'm going to do this now and leave it because I am going to play by this when the time comes. That would be my DCA range after summer. So if I want to map the whole thing out, then it would look like this. And mind you, I'm future tripping here, right? A lot can happen between here and there. But technically, the way it's set up is to come up, grab that, come back down, test support somewhere in this range, and then finish that measured move. Yeah, top for the market, August, September, October is my risk area. So May, let me see something. Hold on, let me pull it up. So May is really where I want to start making my exit, right? May, June. We've got 3 months to pump. May, June, July are sketchy months. May and June specifically. Just the dead months, right? But then we have July, August, September, October to pump. Chainlink is one of those that I'll be holding towards the end of the market. Crypto Rank is the name of the site. But y'all are going to get tired of hearing me talk about taking profits when we get up to those areas, right? So keep it in mind, but it's not going to sneak up on you. Not if you're in here. Yeah, it did, but the real world asset narrative that it's got going right now is why I'm going to hold on. Right? There's bigger players sort of accumulating link. Nice one up. You should have a nasty short then, right? Good man. Nah, I respect everybody's opinion as long as they're trading their opinion. Last bull market's double top has everybody screwed up. Everybody thinks that bull market's ending double tops now. Consistency, that depends on how you feel being out of the market. Some people are all right being all out. Some people get a lot of stress and anxiety if they don't have a little bit in. So that's like a personal decision there.
If you're wondering where I went, Dbloc, I went to go put oil on my cast iron skillet, and now it's baking in the oven now.
Did you season that cast iron skillet?
Yeah. How do you season yours?
I don't. I just used to remember grandma doing it. Grandma, what are you doing? I season in the pot. Season in the pot? What kind of nonsense?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, apparently it's a thing.
I don't think I did that good of a job the first time on the bigger one. I have a big one and a smaller one. The small one I did good with, but the bigger one I'm trying to do over, but it might be too late for it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And another adventure I've been on is trying to fix the ghost drift of a PlayStation 5 controller, because I'm pretty sure Call of Duty, the sprinting action broke it. And so now my left analog stick is just constantly drifting to the left. And I'm trying to play The Last of Us, and
You got to set
I
the
can't.
threshold. Go into the settings and go to threshold and just put it up to where you don't have to hit it as hard to move the. You get what I mean?
You have to zero. Yeah, you have to calibrate your shit so your zero is.
Yeah, the
more
dead
to
zone. That's
the
what it
dead.
is.
I mean, you can do
Yeah.
that. I looked for that in the general settings on the dashboard of the PS5. Like, I know those exist in the Call of Duty settings, the dead zones, but I didn't adjust that until way later because I was playing the Squid Games left right game, and the bitch kept moving, and I'd get shot, and I'm like, I didn't even move it. And so yeah, then I looked at the dead zone things and I fixed it. But now I'm playing The Last of Us 2. And this bitch is moving to the left constantly. There's no dead zone settings in that game. Is there like a general settings?
PlayStation, yeah. Go on the PlayStation and go into your controller settings instead of doing it in game. They don't have it on. I know Xbox though. The Xbox could never. Man.
I don't think they do. I used to use straight up. I used Cronus then with the B loader just to protect my controllers so that they last longer, just so I can, 75% forward on my analog stick is like me pressing down the button to sprint.
I looked up and down Reddit and YouTube videos, and
Gloomy said, "Save the time and get a new controller."
yeah,
Yep.
it's my birthday, so I asked for a new controller.
Happy
So
birthday!
I've gone
Your birthday
through
today?
4.
No,
Nice.
it is in a couple days.
Oh, okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I've gone through like 4 or 5 commercials with drift, according to commercials, controllers with that drift issue from Call of Duty. It is 100% from the running style. Same thing with was it Destiny? It used to be like that. I think Destiny is what originally broke mine on 3 or 4. But yeah, if you get B Loader or Cronus Zen or Titus or any of the script writing things, so you can rewrite the controllers, you can bypass that, protect your controller so it'll last longer.
I was thinking of dedicating this one to Call of Duty and then using a brand new one for like the RPG kind of games, because I'm literally trying to look at the genuine set design of The Last of Us 2, and I'm trying to really, like, it's a beautiful game, and I'm freaking manically like left, right.
Yeah, no, I know. I've had the same issue with the controllers, so like that is definitely something that it's the design, and it's a purposeful thing because they can toggle it, they can make it so many other ways. Instead, they want you to smash it and hold it.
Sucks.
Yeah, guys, this W hasn't been established yet, right? So if we make lower lows, you know the game here.
I invited random people to your Discord. I hope that's okay.
Fine. They behave.
Probably know them all at some point. My friend had fun with that Squid Game. I haven't played Call of Duty in like 6 months, maybe 7 or 8 months. I haven't played anything on my system.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening, brother. I am having one serious dopamine drain from that fecal coin play. This milkshake is helping a little bit, but oh, that helps too. Okay, back underneath. Let's go. All right. That always feels better.
Did you get that when it's still in the bonding?
I got this shit at 300 and something K when he said it. Well, it took me like 2 or 3 minutes to get there, find it, to get on the screener. You know, luckily there was only one at the time. Now there's a bunch of them.
Bro, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Do you not have tip CC?
What?
Do you not have the tip CC bot?
I can't. Your thing is muffled. I can't hear you. Your mic's kind of muffled.
Hold on.
Could anybody else make that out?
Do you not have the tip CC bot in the server?
Do I not have the what bot?
Tip.
No. No, I don't.
Oh, I was trying to send Tana some Doge for.
Nah, I don't have it in the server now.
He's trying to what?
He was asking if I had the tip bot in the server. He was trying to send you some Doge, he said.
Oh, yeah, you keep that. That's yours.
Oh, it's for your birthday.
Oh, you know, someone, he was a truck driver and he sent me Doge for my last birthday. It was so nice.
Why don't you have tip CC, bro?
I don't know. Never had a use for it, I guess. Never had a need for it.
Dude, people just give you free money sometimes. It's awesome.
Your mic is super muffled, Quai.
I know, it's bad. I need a new headset.
Oh, it's the mic? Okay. No, I thought maybe you didn't have your... Okay. Sometimes I got my headset on and I got the damn mic all the way up instead of like by my mouth. But that's what it was.
This is why I'm looking forward to the market of actually physical items. Because we all cannot deny it that it's moving towards synthetics, derivatives. Obviously, you got your spot mixed in there as well.
Yeah, fidgetal.
Come on, let's get some real items back on track as well, because I think there's going to be a big market for that.
Yeah, the fidgetal market is going to be huge. That's where everything is going at the end of the day.
Oh, there's a Doge wallet address in my bio here on Discord. If you want.
Yeah, but the Doge is in my tip CC wallet. Is the problem.
How are you guys feeling about Doge right now?
I thought it was crazy to hear him bring it up. They really try to throw Doge under the bus, talking about what an idiot that guy was, bro. Talking about 1 week before the president was elected, Doge went up, and they didn't name it the Department of Government Efficiency until after he was elected. So it was insider information, bro. That meme
Yeah.
from, I mean, we knew about that for months beforehand. I guess we're all a bunch of insiders, right? I guess they're coming for us.
I think it's also just been so illuminating. You know, the more that you get involved with the markets, the more you start to understand that there's a significant degree of the markets that are just run on like inside jobs, and money flow into political positions or into companies that are able to, you know, barter into some kind of position. But I've seen, you know, for me personally in my journey, I've seen that more over the past 2 or 3 years than I've seen it ever, to be honest with you. I think that's kind of apparent for now, but we need, everything's still riding on the interest rate. And we all hate to admit that it's the case, but really we want to start seeing money getting printed again. Yep. And we're on this soft landing. Well, if we're on a soft landing, well, is that screwing with the entire cycle? Is this going to start off a different rhythm of a cycle because we're in this apparent soft landing when it should have just been a recession straight up? You know, off the back of COVID, which was a very successful bull market. Well, of course it was, because the money printer was on full blast.
Yeah, that's another. I mean, that's really what all this is coming from, right? Because Powell got up there today and said, "Look, chances are that we're not going to have quantitative easing until we hit our target, and we're fully committed to our target." Da, 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 da. What they're not saying is that you don't really. So remember when I kept saying we're probably going to get Trumpitative easing and not quantitative easing, which means that Trump is going to pull something through executive order or whatever to release funds. Well, I mean, they're already starting to do it, right? So we've got a $36 trillion debt ceiling, right? Which means that we cannot go over 36 trillion. That's our stop. If you look right now, let's check the current number.
Was done like a 0.25x. Goes up quicker.
Where are we? All right. 36.
Oh yeah, this side's dope, man.
All
this
right.
side's way dope.
So it's 467 over. Right? $467 billion over. So where's that money coming from? Right? If we have a debt ceiling of 36, where the hell is the rest of this money coming from? So when you look at what they're doing, they can't take on any more debt. Right? They're literally at the ceiling, which means that QE is coming around the corner. Right? The Treasury General account has about $830 billion in it. Right? And they're free to use that Treasury General account to stimulate the economy all they want without having the Fed declare QE.
Totally.
The government's already
come off rhythm, though.
So the government's already deployed.
It will come off rhythm.
They've already deployed 338 billion, which is what you see right there. That extra, which is now 400 and something, that's how much they've already deployed. Right? They've used more than 60% of the emergency measures they have, which leaves only 133 billion. Once that 133 billion is done from the emergency measures, they have to go into that Treasury General account, which is another 830 billion. They're not going to. I think they're going to be forced to do it.
You're completely right. I think the market's in a position at the moment where it's trying to front run that move.
Yeah.
Which, you know, of course, the markets are forward looking, and I understand that. But then, given the news that we've had over the past, like whatever it is, year and a half, it's just the same old news, right? I think it's going to be unexpected, but we'll see. I'd like to think that
either way.
I'd like to think that it gets priced in to the point where the market kind of doesn't care anymore. based off the outcome of the news, just because it's forward looking, and well, we get to a point in the cycle where it's like, well, they'll probably do it within the next quarter, so let's just start sending it. But
yeah,
I don't know, man.
And what's being priced in is no QE at the moment. But what's happening behind the scenes is the money printer is already printing, right? So once that's out, if they do run through that all, that's $1 trillion of quantitative easing off of the books that ends up trickling down. That's not being priced in. So I think that's where our snap comes from, right? The second that people realize that money is flowing, and then, you know, now you got to reprice the market. But we'll see, right? Our job is to make those moves when it's scary under the best sort of highest probability odds that we can get for ourselves. You know, taking into consideration all the fundamentals, all the seasonality of where we are. And then we figure out whether we got to take an umbrella with us or not, right? It's just weatherman shit.
I was just meted by like 3 foxes up to my humble abode. Do you have many foxes out in the US?
In certain places, not where I'm at. Where I'm at, it's pure dogs and cats. But I'm in the city, so.
And alligators.
And yeah, you can go down to the swamp and see some gators and turtles and snakes and shit. But in the country, yeah, there's tons of foxes.
Have you ever had a close call with the alligator, or?
I have
Like,
seen an
have you had
alligator
any-
way closer than I expected it to be. Yeah. I wouldn't say it was a close call, but it felt like a close
Do they
call.
actually want to come after you, though? Do they actually want to come after you?
No, I don't think so.
But in my opinion, if they come after you, you're having it on.
Well, or you're small.
Like, you're
They're
starting
not.
it
They're
with
not gonna
them.
come. The problem is a lot of people's pets get taken, and a lot of people's, you know,
True.
children are an issue because of their size. But if a gator's coming after you, you're a full-grown man, and the gator's coming after you, it's either starving, or yeah, you trespassed somewhere you're not supposed to be. Everglades is a weird place, yo. It's full of alligators and pythons that aren't supposed to be there. Right? People that buy these snakes at the pet store for their kids, and then snakes get too big, too dangerous, they just go drop them in the Everglades. So that's 2 like alpha predators that are at each other's necks. We've seen some crazy pictures out of the Everglades. There was this one snake that had eaten the alligator, and the alligator had eaten his way out of the snake's stomach, and they were both dead. It's just a snake. It's an alligator coming out of the inside of a snake. Is the craziest picture ever. That's how big these things are. But that's super far from my house. Like, you gotta get up and go out there on purpose. I'm not gonna run into an alligator by mistake. I mean, Logan, I think there's 100% chance that something will happen between now and 2026 that people will call a black swan. Whether it's an actual black swan or not is a different story, right? Black swans, by definition, are unpredictable events. The problem with that is the more information you have, the easier it is for you to predict some of these things. And once you can predict a black swan happening, it's not a black swan anymore, which is why I always talk about killing black swans. Like, when we sit here and we go down rabbit holes and talk about what if, like, a lot of that has to do with killing black swans. And it's not like it stops it from happening, But when it does happen, you're not sitting there shocked, wanting to, you know, sell everything, right? You saw it coming. The president of the United States dropping a meme coin was a black swan event. Unless you were in the inner circle, right? To them, it wasn't.
That guy called out Trump. Well, two people did. Like,
Yeah, I saw that.
they didn't really say anything about it, though. He was like, yeah, Trump launched this pointless thing and, like, got a bunch of money for him and his family, and, like, no one's talking about it.
One dude did make a good point, and it's something that I thought about before. If the Trump family's holding 80% of that wallet, and now everybody knows that any sort of investment into Trump coin is basically like investing in the family, almost like a donation, then what stops federal foreign governments or, you know, things from getting around sort of donation reforms, or getting around the pay to play by just buying Trump? We saw a similar thing happen during his first election, right? During his first election, there were foreign governments that had whole wings of Mar-a-Lago rented out, and it was seen as a way of carrying favor with the president without breaking any rules.
I think Trump down at $3 is a good price. That's where I'm willing to go on Trump right now. I think I'd buy Trump at $3, nothing above. After that absolute shit show that's occurred over the past month.
Trump might have to 2x before I even look at it again. I have no interest in catching the fallen knife. Once it comes back to life and starts doing something, maybe I'll look at it again. But till then, I'm good. But there's typically a reason why presidents renounce their businesses once they become president, and it's because of that, right? Like, if you can directly influence the president's bottom line or his net worth, then it's just the semblance of it's the impropriety, right? It just doesn't look right.
But isn't it interesting, right? It's like, see, my whole problem around this is, like, we have some of the most bullish news available. We have a pro crypto president. We've got speak of stable coin regulation, perhaps a reserve on the horizon. But then that's met with this Fed situation, which where interest rates are not, you know, where we want them to be. But then we just had this, like, TradFi backdrop of, like, S&P just up, NQ pretty much up. It's like,
what do you take from that? It seems like
there's more of it. What I take from that is that there's a lot of money that's been made, where a portion of that is going to be put into some high risk bets, but only at the right time. And I think that there's just a bit of instability at the moment that the market is going through. But when you can pull that trigger again, it'll probably just go into higher risk assets, which would be crypto, which would be basically what all of us are looking for. But like you said, you know, and you've said this many times before, it's like, you know, time kind of is running out. But it's not to say that because of the bad timing that it won't extend.
Or just explosively fill the time that's left.
Yeah.
With me, when I look at legacy,
we'll know in the next couple of months.
When I look at legacy moving,
it's
when I look at legacy moving, like you said, S&P, gold, everything. All of that is evidence to me that crypto's being suppressed. I don't think money's going into legacy that's not coming into crypto. I think we're getting equal amounts in crypto. But the suppression that's happening in crypto, we're not seeing it on legacy. right? Whereas they've been at all-time highs for a while. Everybody's in the money with crypto. Everybody's still jockeying for position.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like if you think about it from the big player perspective, is they've essentially just maneuvered into as good a position as within the past 3 years, kind of, which other people have been working their way to get their kind of DCAs into. So on the last flush out, I mean, not on Bitcoin, because that's, that's quite obvious that people have been trickling their way into that for a while. But I think the big flush out recently, there was some people moving into some positions there that I'd like to be aware of. But like you say, and you've said this many times before, which tokens do you have conviction with? What are you happy to ride through the next run?
Yeah.
Because for me, I've filtered out everything. I'm down to like maybe 6 conviction bets. I could go a little bit more. I could probably go to 10 if I like get hit on some limit orders, which are like a little bit further down. But
not a bad number, right? Because then what ends up happening is that you've got bigger weight, right? You've got heavier weight in those 6 now.
Yeah, and I feel a lot more comfortable having weight in these bets because I've tried and tested them throughout other cycles.
Yep.
I believe in them. Maybe a couple of them weren't as strong this cycle. I'm okay with it. Like, as long as you feel comfortable with what you have high conviction in, I think that's the main. When shit hits the fan, that's where you wanna be, right?
Yeah, you're gonna be panicking, bro. If you're holding a bunch of shit you have no conviction in, you're gonna be pure panic.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be in that place, right? You want to have a backdrop of logic, right?
Yeah.
But when the momentum picks back up, fine, okay, start trickling into some other stuff. It's been so tempting recently though to trickle into that, given the most recent flush out. But I think that's fine too.
It doesn't hurt to nibble just to kill that anxiety. Sometimes I find like making that first sprinkle into a position kills that feeling of that FOMO, right?
Yeah.
And it puts it in your portfolio. That for me, that's the main thing. I don't want to lose track, right? So if I have conviction in something, I have a little bit in there, even if I haven't really started to delve into it deeply. Every time I open my portfolio, I'm faced with it. I have to look at it. There's no way to forget. Can't even tell you the amount of positions that I got out of and just literally forgot to get back into until I got on one day and saw it was up 2x or something. Like, oh, shit.
How do you feel about Bitcoin now, though? Because my problem is, okay, so 94, 96 is like we're creating a floor here. Is this support? Like, do we feel comfortable this is support?
Nah, not till we break out of this W, personally.
Because in my mind, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have about a week where we haven't been able to reclaim just 100k. So 99's also been a very important point of interest. But yeah, pretty much for a week we haven't reclaimed 100k. Do we have a lot of short orders probably filling up? Oh, totally.
It's ridiculous.
Huge amount. Yeah.
On some coins more than others. The short squeeze that's sitting on top of ETH, unless that thing just doesn't move at all, it's gonna squeeze.
There's a massive short squeeze set up on a lot of tokens right now, but my only kind of small thought is that there might be one more sweep lower. Whether that just be a higher low or,
I can show you the concern here. So this is my concern when it comes to that. I haven't rolled it out yet. That's why I said that we're not out of hot water. You know this fractal that I've been looking at.
Wait, let me just get onto the stream. Yeah, I got you.
And put it on the weekly. So that same small accumulation, bull flag, small accumulation, continuation, bull flag, small accumulation. We've just done this shit over and over. One last sweep out of the box. One last sweep out of the box.
Yeah, which we
did, but
might have been the 89K.
Yeah, we did grab that 88. Could that be enough? It could. It's within the margin of error of all the other ones. Could there still be another one? Yeah. Yeah, that could. I haven't ruled that out yet.
Yeah.
But as far as what comes next, I don't have any concerns about that personally. I haven't seen anything to worry me about this stopping. And if we just run the fractal forward,
there's some crazy levels below. There's like, but sitting just beneath this range that we've been sitting in for whatever it's been now, 12 weeks. You know, is it as bad as, okay, so the range that we had prior to this range, which you're looking at now, that was like 250 days of slightly sideways downtrend, like that, like stopped everyone out. Yeah, no, this is a good fractal. This is good fractal.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, nah, yeah, that's.
And it's not even asking for a lot. Like we're literally right there.
I think you either get that, or this was it. And I don't believe this was it.
Yeah.
But I think that you have one more blast after this.
Yeah, markets don't top like this. Be ready for the panic when we do get back up to 105, though. Because for some reason, the recency bias is people just can't seem to get over the recency bias. And they seem to think that bull markets end in double tops because we had that one anomaly.
But so there's also the opportunity that we come up very hard in March, April, and then we dump over the sell in May, walk away.
That's what I'm looking for.
And then towards the kind of autumn season, towards the end of summer, autumn, you get one final.
Exactly how I'm playing it.
But that's the thing, like that's the kind of picture book play, which I'm totally like taking that into account. I want to play it like that. But I'm also aware that there's been components of the cycle that have been slightly slowed down. We've got Bitcoin sitting at all-time highs. We have Ethereum in a rut. We have alts basically reset. Does that, like I'm thinking, like, should I sell in May and go away? Like, what if we pump in May? Like, there's been like a lot of parts of the cycle that I've seen so far that have differed to previous cycles.
That's why I said I'm not going into stables in May. I'm going into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So I'll hedge against being wrong by being in Bitcoin.
That's nice because you take profit into Bitcoin and then you expect a dump, but then you expect one more pump. And then if you're wrong, it's like, well, I just have a bit more Bitcoin and I can wait.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And if you're right, then you just buy your, get some, use your Satoshis to buy some alts on the dip, ride it back up.
Yeah, straight up. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got to get my food, guys. I'm going to eat. My Philly cheese is here. And Wagyu waits for no man.
You better go eat.
Yeah, I'm going to go destroy that.
We don't want you grouchy.
Yeah, you don't like me when I'm hangry.
We don't want no grouchy either.
All right, I'll be back, guys. Our invalidation here for this W, at least the one that we have drawn out, is 952. We can invalidate that, still put in a higher low, and end up drawing a bigger W if that, if that comes to it. But for right now, just so you're aware of what we're looking at, we want to hold that demand. And then that 35 million is still sitting underneath us. Nice juicy target for market makers, so watch out for that. All right, I'll be back, yo.
Oh, I got my first birthday present here. Well, second, technically. And it's a beautiful bag. It's got candles on it. That's a purpose. And it says,
First birthday present ever.
yeah.
It's got lots of green candles on it.
Oh, it does have lots of green candles on it, everybody. There's lots of green candles. And they're lit.
Candles is a strong gift. I think that's a very good choice.
Did you
know, you never
got me a candle bag? Because
you never know when you might need more candles. Have you ever tried making candles?
No, I'm not. Maybe when I was a little girl. Right? Say, I'm not a chandler.
I don't know. It's fairly easy. I think like that's a fairly cool thing to do. I think making candles.
I'll have to look into that. Let me get some candles. Okay, I'm gonna
Anyways, what were you saying? What were you saying before?
Well, this is it's my birthday, one of my birthday presents, and I'm gonna open it.
Is your birthday today or
very soon? This is an early birthday present. You got me red tissue paper though. It's not green.
Yeah, but just you wait, because I also got green.
You also got green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nuh-uh.
You got me a PlayStation controller. I was just complaining about this. Oh my god. Thank you so much.
So you can finish playing your game.
Oh my god.
Without the stupid drag.
This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh.
And it's not even your birthday yet. It's gonna be a good one. Alright, what's Bitcoin doing?
One for you for your birthday. But I was like, I better get it now, otherwise she's gonna get fed up and drive her to Best Buy.
Sure it was. I was up late playing The Last of Us 2, and I couldn't even craft any like medic packs or anything like that because the stupid drag on the thing. I was gonna go to Walmart too. I was gonna get a new one. I was like, is Walmart open? Is Best Buy open? It was like 8:40. Yeah, I was gonna go get myself because I bought the PlayStation for my birthday last birthday. So I was gonna.
Which have you always been into PlayStation? Did you start on a particular PlayStation or did you start on another console?
I started with the Super Nintendo if you want to go way back, but I guess as a growing teenager, I probably went more into PlayStation, and then
fair enough.
So I went all the way to Nintendo 64, and then I stopped with Nintendo after that. I didn't go past that.
That's sweet. So you started on Nintendo and then you went into PlayStation.
I did because my friends were all into RPGs and they all liked Final Fantasy. And I felt so left out that I didn't know anything about what they were talking about. So what's funny is after I got the PlayStation, I didn't get any of the Final Fantasy games. I got like Crash Bandicoot, and I'm more of an adventure.
Crash Bash all the way. Crash Bash all the way. Like my entire 2000 it was during lockdown probably was just like I bought a PS2 and I got Crash Bash, Tony Hawk's, Time Splitters. Have you ever played Time Splitters? That's a crazy good short shootout game.
No,
literally
I had the Tony Hawk though.
Oh man, Tony Hawk's, like I will play anyone on this chat at Tony Hawk's, and I challenge anyone. I challenge anyone to.
Yeah, every once in a while, my Instagram will show me the meme of the skate park and like play the song. So here I am doing it.
Dude, the soundtrack is dope, man. The sound like the best thing about those games is like it's like 50% soundtrack, 50% just like do a combo
Right.
do a combo for as long as you can possibly do a combo for.
I thought it was cool how the PlayStation had like real video footage. Like I had that motorcycle game Road Rash, and I loved how it would cut to scenes of actual people, and I was like, how are they getting actual people in a video game? This is so cool. What good graphics.
That's dope, yeah. Yeah.
Well, Best Buy's never done me dirty.
I was thinking so I read on Reddit someone that had stick drift or drag on their controller. They just went out and they bought, just a regular white one, and then they went out and they bought another regular white one, and then they returned it right back with the one that had the stick drift in it. And I was like, oh.
What would they say like, oh, it didn't work, it was broken?
I don't know what you would say. Like, I changed my mind. And I'm returning it.
Or I got it as a gift for someone, but they already had it.
They ended up not having PlayStation. Yeah.
They died.
Because these are expensive, mate.
I got it as a gift for my stepdad, but my mom and him are getting divorced, and I don't want it anymore.
Yeah. This whole story.
It's all complicated.
I'm returning it because, yeah.
And I appreciate the comments on this channel. It's like um Trump was topping Signal. Yeah, like maybe not the top, but do you believe that Trump will see as high as what it reached? Was I think it was like $80. Maybe there's a dead cat bounce in it, but like, or some people think $100 Trump, no problem. Uh, the problem is now is that I just hate to say it, but I know that that we know that a lot of people are sitting on Trump coin right now, and they got way too excited. Speaking of which, how's Melania doing? Yeah. Like how, like has anyone entered over the past week? Like that's a kind of question I'm putting out there. I might be speaking with myself right now, but like, how are we feeling? I mean, everything's pretty cheap. So like the question on that is like, in order to achieve 117, can you just achieve it from here? Or do you have to achieve it from lower first? Because sometimes the sequence in which things happen matters. Or where we're sitting at now on Bitcoin, fine, we've spent the last week below 100. And you could just get a god candle out of here and it was like, well, okay, everyone bought at the higher low and that was it. Or maybe what it takes is to go lower before it goes higher. I mean, so my problem with that, if we just went higher now, like let's just say that we've hit a floor here at around 94, 95, is that if we didn't take the last low now and you just sent it to, 101, 103, maybe 104, is that I'd be more inclined to, well, just short again and expect that we're seeing back at the bottom of the range again. So if you're a bear, you're kind of sitting pretty, you're short from 100 plus. But also, if you're a bull right now, you should probably just be looking forward to lower. Because I think it's quite clear that if we get caught up in this area here, this has been going on for a week now, just this kind of like grinding downtrend. Everyone thinks that we're going to hit, this is it, this is it, this is the bottom. Are we just going to send it from here? So dominance as well. We're all looking for the BTC dominance to have had that wick. And then, this week's going to be very important because the question is now is, can we close this week beneath the weekly high of the 18th of November? But naturally, if we are to expect another dump in Bitcoin, dominance would go up yet again. And I think the next level above that I have, which is my absolute last line at the sand for Bitcoin dominance, is 65, 66%. And then you'd be overextended. You'd be completely overextended on dominance. But, a lot of people are thinking we've seen the high now. I'd be more than happy for this to be the high. Total market cap, we're still trading above the weekly close of the prior bull run high. So, as long as we're sitting on 2.8 trill total market cap, maybe come down to 2.6. But yeah, if you're sitting at like beneath 2.5 trill market cap, you're kind of risking a bear market, in my opinion. It looks fine. I've just been happy kind of trying to sit out as much as possible over the last few days because I was trying to trade this a little bit, but it's just like 1% here and there. And kind of, I want some crystal clear direction at this point in time. Whether that mean a fake out to the downside or to the upside, whatever. So if you're a bull right now, you want to push this straight past 100 up into 101, 103. 101, you take out all of the kind of prior highs in this downtrend that we've been experiencing over the past week. Maybe you get a little bit of a short squeeze there. But in terms of the positions that are already short right now, they're going to be adding to their short at like 101, 102, 103, 104. But you know, if you've entered here, like down around this 95, 96K mark, that's great. You could expect a pop up to 101 because, you know, all we've been doing is we've been testing prior support as resistance. We're now trading back below the point of control of the entire range. Because of the prior resistance that we've been back testing so frequently, there could be a push where it completely breaks up quite aggressively. Now, the question on everyone's mind is going to be, is this aggressive move it? Or is it just to be met by another slap down of everybody who's been short over 103? Which is not a great deal of the market, to be honest with you. I think my only thought right now, and of course this is just my opinion, and I don't really care if anyone agrees or not, but like, is that I feel like the next move for me is a fake move. So in whatever direction it is, I'm happy to accept it as not long lasting. But you know, that could be my famous last words, and the next move is the move. I'd be happy to admit that I'm wrong. Because, well, just like everybody here, we've taken an opportunity to nibble at these prices. Would I be uncomfortable being in a 3 or 4 or 5x derivatives position from current prices? A little bit. I think you could probably get away with it. But I think with the expectation that it might come a little bit lower. If you're a derivatives kind of person, which I wouldn't recommend if you're just starting out, it's not too bad. I think you just have to make sure that you set a stop loss as soon as price starts moving in your direction. You know, the amount of stories that I hear all the time. It's like I had this derivatives position, you know, I was riding it on 3, 4, 5, 6x. It hit my liquidation. It's like, well, just why didn't you set your stop loss at entry? If price was trading at like 50%, 100%, 300% above your entry, just look after your risk. So, you know, derivatives, albeit risky, don't have to be risky as soon as price is moving in the right direction. With spot, you don't have to care. You can go on holiday. Oh, I missed the move. I missed that. Like, who cares? You have spot. You have conviction in the play. You have prices that you bought at from lower. That's the, you know, that's the dream. If you've been a day trader over the past 7 days, it's been pretty technical, but as long as you've been playing it tight, Like, if you've been happy to make 3% over the past week, you're laughing because it's just been so technical. So this push here, in my opinion, is quite important that we're seeing right now, because if we are going to have conviction with seeing back above 100, you want to see this push back above 96 with conviction. And if you can reclaim 96, 97, straight up to 100, like hands down. But if you can't reclaim that 96, 97, yeah, I mean, see you back down at 93, see you back down at sub 90. There's a lot of thin air beneath this price action, which is essentially the prior wick, which was that huge flush out that we had the other weekend. Well, on the Sunday. There's still plenty of time. Like for me right now, like I'm in a few old positions, but I'm also like expecting lower. But then if this is the bottom, then I'd happily enter more into some alt positions from higher. Like honestly, I'd pay a slight premium on some positions right now just to know where the market's going. If the market goes down, then I'm obviously going to get premium in the other direction, which is the, oh wow, now I'm able to get some super cheap token and get that cost basis into a good position. But vice versa is fine too, because sometimes being late to the party, but then knowing that there's actually a party going on is a good thing. Yeah, like who cares about any other price right now other than you're nested in between 94 and 98. When we're trading a daily outside 94, 98, then it's happening. This bottom right here has a little bit of hope to it, to be honest with you. I think this could see a little bit of traction. But there's no interest to any other macro play before the stage of this breaking out of this tight range between 94 and 98. $50 daily EMA sitting at 98.2. I think there's been some mention on the chat this week that, yeah, I mean, to be fair, we have been trading beneath the 50-day EMA for pretty much the entire week. Well, the entire week. You have the 100-day EMA coming in at 93, which you could argue that we tapped when it was sitting at 92 when we dipped down to 91. But what I'm interested in right now is the 200-day EMA, which lines up with a bunch of other levels. That's sitting at 84, 842. Fine if you're full and you don't think we can get down there for now. That's okay. I think if we do, 83 would be my lowest. 87 would be my highest, which is %. So I think there's a lot of interesting areas beneath within 5%, which based on your risk tolerance, if you put in the right position size, I mean, you could swing a position with, 10% invalidation, which as long as you get your size right, it's fine, Sometimes we're so used to swinging a position with, within 1 to 2% invalidation. Why? Why not 5? Why not 10? Just use less size. Yeah, I mean, to the upside, I've already spoken about that, like 103, 104 is what comes first. If we go down first, the shoot to the upside will be more powerful. If we go up first, you could argue that you'd get a more powerful correction if you were to change in market structure or retain market structure. I think everyone agrees right now that price action has just been boring. Seeing between 6 to 15%, which is cool. I mean, I'm sure that there's some other shit going mad, but it's nothing to write home about. Already, like right now, as soon as Bitcoin starts to make any indication that it wants to continue its movement downwards, alts just start bleeding. However, you have the inverse, which is as soon as Bitcoin starts to look strong, alts go ballistic.
So you know that when you finally get a breakout, alts are going to go mad. That much is clear.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo. So the question is, what's Asia going to do with this range? But yeah, what they've done every other day, which is send it 1%, 1.5%. What are you saying? Like, what's the play here? Like, it depends. What's the play as in within 2 to 3% of here? Or should everybody be raking in long positions on alts right now? I think if you're under the impression that the bull run is still on, then absolutely no problem, and that you probably shouldn't be worrying too much about where exactly we are right now, because the low is give or take around here if you're under the impression that we're still in a bull run. If alts, if Bitcoin gives another -10, alts would give another -20. Well, give or take, some will give a lot more. But that's my general rule of thumb, is that for any percentage I see down on Bitcoin, significant correction where the alts start to overreact, you'll usually start to see at least 2%. You'll see a 2-to-1 ratio. You'll see Bitcoin dump 1, alts dump at least 2 or more percent more for every 1% that Bitcoin drops. But right now, Bitcoin's at support, to be honest with you. This is support. Like, this is the key level for the bulls before 93k. And then if you don't bounce from 93, then you can say hello to 90 and beneath. I know like a few people who are short right now. Like, so I caught, to be honest with you, I was short from a lot higher, but I completely closed out of my short positions. I did catch the short on Friday, which I hate that it was a Friday because I said to myself I wouldn't trade on Fridays. But we had a wick up to 100K and I just had to take it. And it was such an interesting position because I knew so quickly that I was in a winning position. Because if you look at the 30-minute, it's like one 30-minute candle up to 98, another 30-minute candle up to 99, another 30-minute candle up to 100, and then they just slapped it all the way back down. And so if you caught the short at 100 recently, that was your last opportunity if the assumption is that we're continuing down now. The only thing that I'd be cautious for being someone in that position would be the send from here up to a 101 now, which 101 would sweep the high of the 7th of Feb, and it would also sweep the high of the 4th of February as well. Take both of those and then slam it back down.
That anchored VWAP from the all-time high is also right around 101.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people like to
Yeah,
short.
so
If there's like a downtrend or confirmed downtrend, then people short the anchored VWAP from the previous high.
to be fair, you could probably be more generous, and so the golden pocket's sitting at 103. So if you wanted to take the high, that 102K high on the 3rd of February, you could take that as well into the golden pocket, into the vector gap from the 31st of Jan, and then into the value area high of the entire range, which is sitting at 103,500. So this could see an aggressive move up to the upside, and that would be the kind of prices that I'd be looking for. But I'm just not interested. As long as we're beneath 100, it's seeming to be pretty weak. I mean, there's been some movement in the alts, which I'm sure a few people are fairly happy with. But what I've noticed is I'll enter a position, I'll see a few percent, but then it just like tapers off, and then you hit some resistance, comes back down. It's just too. There's not enough juice. There's not enough juice down here. Because everyone's looking for. Oh, I mean, there's plenty of juice down there, but for me, that's too bearish.
I don't know, man.
That's
I think
too bearish.
It's probably got a date with like 75, honestly. If it doesn't, I mean, because you can only hit this support so many times before it fucking cracks and breaks through. Like 92.6, we actually haven't closed any daily candles below that, except for, well, there was one back on November 26th. But pretty much after November 20th, there hasn't been any daily candles that have closed below 92.6. So if that level gets taken,
yeah, for sure. So it's, like, don't get me wrong, like 70. So you got the CME gap down at 78 to 80K. That's fine. You've got a CME gap down there, but just above that, you've got a bunch of volume, which is pretty much completely untraded. You've got a gap in the book. So there's a gap in the book sitting at between 83 and 86, which essentially means that on the way up, breaking into this range, there was a huge gap in the book where they just basically there were a bunch of market buys, and price was sent instantly back above and has been trading above that price for 3 months. So if you'd want to come back down and make the book good, you'd bring it down to 85-ish. Now you're right, there is support
daily
there.
vector zone. That's 75.
Totally. Yeah, so like you're right down towards the 75 to, I don't know, 80K region. There's also support. My only problem with that would be, is it so deep that you just back test the bottom of this range? Let's say that you went back up to 100K. Like you could go down to like 76, back up to 100, and then slap it back down. So why I much prefer just below the kind of lows that we've been putting in here around 90 would just be more of a fake out. Fake out, sweep up all of the liquidity, and then close back above 90 within a week. I think if it were to go as deep as 78, kind of what you're saying, you'd need to see a close back above 90 in order to be serious about that. Like, I don't know, it's too much. But you know, this is just my own opinion. Because I'm within the understanding that we're in the middle of a extended fifth, which would mean that if you're into Elliott waves, we've seen the first wave, the second wave, the third wave that was sitting at 74, and that we're in an extended fifth now, which I'd send up to 121, 123. But I think a lot of people are expecting higher, right? I mean, actually, that's probably something I'm quite unsure about. Would be maybe Dbloc should do a poll at some point, like what's the kind of number that everyone's happy with at the moment? You know, for me, like I'm already happy with the number, but I tell you what, I'm not happy with the number in altcoins. For me right now, I want to know what the potential that's remaining in altcoins, because you know, as far as I'm concerned, Bitcoin's performed enough this cycle. Do I believe it's going to go higher? Yes. Do I think it's already performed enough? I also think that too. Being a star of the show.
I think it's got another leg in it, but probably not till later.
I mean, it's going to have to show some strength before alts can get a move on now, because really we need Bitcoin to be trading back above 100 comfortably for Ethereum to go to town, and in turn the alts to go to town. Now, do we think there's going to be an Ethereum run? I think now is as good time as ever to actually get that done. I think everyone's heard the news recently that there's a ton of short positions that have been opening on Ethereum, which could be up for the squeeze. Now, I would say one thing on this is that what people need to understand is that all of those shorts that are accumulating above in Ethereum might also belong to the same people who are accumulating Ethereum down at these prices.
Yeah.
Because you might have entered, but you might not be so happy with your cost basis, where you're happy to sell into accumulating a better position. So I would keep that in mind. And the beautiful thing is about having a bunch of shorts open on Ethereum right now is they can just continue piling on those shorts and sending price down and, you know, stopping people out of their positions, causing a load of FUD. But when they
Yeah, but
start
you could leave
entering,
them open.
when they
You could leave
start
them
entering
open,
their,
you could also squeeze shorts out.
well, absolutely, and they're happy to get squeezed. Like they're actually happy to close their shorts because if they've accumulated down here, well, as soon as the market starts to show strength, well, they just close out of a few short positions, which buys back their position, which pumps it even further. More people pile on top, they close out more of their shorts, it pumps even further. So actually, all of the shorts that have been piling up above at the moment is honestly the best case scenario in the crypto market at the moment.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, that's
if
all well
you,
and good.
yeah,
There's just one problem is that there is a bearish RSI divergence on the weekly for Bitcoin, and it's actually on a lot of other things too. And if you look at the monthly, there's a bearish divergence on the monthly for Ethereum and altcoins. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it showed up on Bitcoin, but I'm pretty sure I saw it on ETH and the others market cap. There's bearish divergence on the monthly as well as the weekly. So Bitcoin just has it on the weekly. But so as long as that RSI stays above 50, it's probably still okay, but it could drop all the way down to 50. And that could take a little while.
50, I'd say is, I mean, just a disclaimer, I don't trade off the RSI, but if we were to jump onto the monthly RSI, last bull run, we were sitting at above 70 for like 5 months. So we were literally blowing out the RSI on the monthly for like, a quarter, like more than a quarter of a
Yeah,
year.
there's never been a Bitcoin bull market that didn't like a Bitcoin top that didn't result in like at least 90 RSI on the monthly. But I mean, this could be the first time it doesn't happen, but it's never happened before. Every other bull cycle it's that has topped out for
Correct.
Bitcoin, the RSI has hit at least 90.
Correct. So,
And I mean, it's at 82 right now. Like it's just seems like things were so frothy for so long. Like even with the meme coins and shit. That it's just like, all right, well, you've got bear divs on the weekly, and then for the altcoins, is a bear div on the weekly and the monthly. So it gets kind of sketchy. Like it begs the question, all right, do we need to come down for a while, like another couple months, and then just scare everybody out and that's the big like flush out like capitulation event, and then we get that final leg in Bitcoin, which leads to the altcoin season, like during the second half of next year. Like that's
yeah, I
kind
think
of the camp I'm in.
it's gonna need something like that. I mean, the question is, what do you want? Like, for me, if I saw, because okay, so we had this big altcoin capitulation. I mean, Bitcoin did, what was it? 10-ish%. Well, I mean, let's take it from the top. It's done 15, 16%. If you wanted to send it down to 85, you'd be looking at like 22, 23%. Like, fine, whatever. Okay, so the alts, a lot of them reset. A lot of them came down to critical support. I feel like Bitcoin deserves a flush out now. Do I think that the alts are going to react in the same way? I honestly don't really care at this point in time because
I mean, there was a big liquidation event, but I don't know if we could really call that like complete and total capitulation. Like because the altcoin market is like, all right, yeah, we're back down at the lows, but did people sell and capitulate? Like, did everyone say, all right, fuck this, I'm out? Like, was there really that big capitulation? Did that actually happen, or was it that everyone that was on leverage got wiped out because they got liquidated, and then nobody has any money to actually buy the whole, except for the people that didn't get liquidated?
it was bad. I think it was. I think some big players definitely got into a tricky scenario and perhaps took some damage, but I know for sure that retail did, because I remember sitting at those prices and just listening to market sentiment and understanding that there were a bunch of people in leverage positions that thought, I can take 10, 15, 20% here, and then the market gave a lot more. So yeah, it was one of the biggest events in history. It was like
It was the biggest
accumulation.
liquidation event in history.
It
It
was
was
like,
literally the
what was it,
biggest liquidation.
5 to 8 billion across all exchanges? Um,
No, I think it was only 2 billion.
nah, that was on one exchange. Just one exchange did 2 billion. That was Bybit. So even, yeah, I mean, just pick an exchange, any exchange. It was one of the biggest in terms of liquidations that they've done since the beginning. But what was interesting was the ratio between Bitcoin and, as in the past, you'd usually see a heavier weighting on Bitcoin. But a lot of the cost benefit in performing that move was in alts, actually, for the market makers. I think the market makers understood that everyone was long to the tits in alt positions. And they could afford to sell, whatever it is, to 1 to 2% of their Bitcoin position, probably even less, just to flush out the alts. And like for them, that's peanuts. Why would they not do that? Yeah, no, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. I was kind of hoping that this Sunday that just went, we'd see another one. I thought that would be mental. This Sunday that just went wasn't the prettiest, to be honest with you. It was a down day. Pretty much all of Sunday opened and was down. So I was like, yeah, okay, cool, let's go 2 weeks in a row, just like dump it. But we saw a little push. The problem
Like,
is
I'm
that we
being
only
really
pushed
honest,
up to 98K.
the way that I feel about like the market sentiment right now, the way it feels is it feels just like it did the last time Bitcoin was below 25K. Or the last time it was at 25K, you had like 5 days in a row where the price really didn't do anything. And then it got back above the 200 daily moving average and it took off from there. And we got the ETF catalyst and shit. So that helped. But, and it feels almost exactly the same right now, except like we're way
Yeah,
above this
everybody's
100K.
trying
Like,
to jump on. Everybody's trying to jump on the train right now. This is my problem, is that we're all jumping on the train. Like, if you think about like Corona Crash, for example, people were not jumping on the train. They were in price action, they were in uptrend. We had this black swan, and it caught everybody off guard. But actually, the sentiment in the end, that was the perfect move, because what's going to happen after a catastrophic economic crisis such as that? Well, of course, they're going to turn the money printer on. So I think it actually took people a few days, but then the big boys were like, right, actually, this is a time to accumulate some big positions. Now, since the inauguration, I think everyone's expected that Trump would come into power and just fix the market. And if you're looking at traditional finance, well, it was performing well prior to that. In fact, actually, you probably could have had an easier time just investing in the S&P over the past couple of years than investing in altcoins, and Bitcoin did obviously very well. But we've been getting positive news. We've been getting, like, today, for example, it was the same old story with Jeremy Powell, but there was talk of crypto, there was talk of stable coins. You could argue that over the past couple of months, there's been more oversight on positive news. So why is the market not up? Well, because they've been selling into it.
Yeah, I mean, you want to sell into
Now,
strength, but it's like, I don't know, the altcoins.
yeah,
I've realized, like, it's just a whole different ball game. Unless you stick to like the top 5, you're kind of you're kind of almost betting that, like, I don't know, like, you kind of have to understand, like, okay, this thing could lose 90% at any time. Even the top 5 could do that. It's just they haven't done that over the years. Like, they've had bear markets, but they've been mild compared to some of these other altcoins that more or less just disappear.
yeah. I mean, I would say that the one thing that's different this bear market is, sorry, this this bull run, is that I wouldn't have expected for alts to give this much back. I mean, it could be the perfect sweep for the big move, but I think there's a lot of alts which it would be far-fetched to say that they'd meet their prior all-time highs this cycle, which I hate to say because, there's a bunch of alts that I'm sitting in, like, Link, for example, or, Ethereum or DOT or whatever. It's like you'd like to think that they're able to achieve at least their prior all-time high. But actually, the case has been that Bitcoin has been the only one to achieve that, plus Solana, Sui, some meme coins, XRP, which is where most of the dominance has gone. I still do think that everything season is capable, though. I think there will be enough capital to be able to achieve an everything season. I just don't think it would be an everything season to everything meets its previous all-time high. It's impossible.
Yeah. Well, there's too much dilution. There's like way too many altcoins. Money's being spread too thin.
Yeah, I think dilution is certainly true, and I'm definitely an advocate of that concept. But I also think that the narrative is almost there's too many eyes on the market at the moment, and because there's too many eyes on it, it's very hard to sneak into a winning position without it basically giving everything back, like mean reversion and more. Which is why it's so important just to be aware of the range that we're trading in at the moment. And I'm talking about the bigger range, which is, of course, well, within the past few months, which is, so we had the high at 109, and we've got the lows that have been wicking in around 89 to 90K. And what's interesting to notice is when you're at the highs, you spend a reasonable amount of time grinding up at the highs. But when you're down at the lows, you're spending way less time. You're wicking down and then you're closing back above, which essentially is showing that people are bullish and they're willing to fill any order that is trading below the current auction. But you have to be careful, right? Because it's like that fractal that Dbloc was showing earlier on. And kind of what we're looking at now is that if you're in a big position from lower, all you're doing within these ranges is slowly selling in to new bullish players in the market with the hope that you break back out into another range where you can do exactly the same thing. But the difference is that in that range, you'll probably only have like 25% of your position left. I know that there's people who play this market where they just sit on, I'm all in on Bitcoin. I'm going to sit on 80% of my position forever. But you need to understand that the majority of people or the majority of traders who are playing this market, probably over 50% out of their Bitcoin position right now, which is just facts. Unless you're like MicroStrategy or like some big investment fund or just like, I don't know, you could even be a small time advocate that's just like really into Bitcoin, you're just not selling. But for everyone in between that's actually been trading this, you're like 50% out of your position already. Which is why we deserve an alt run. Because all of that money you would hope gets rotated into Ethereum and into alts. Like ETH BTC, what's that doing? Yeah. I think the line in the sand for me for ETH BTC 0.02 flat. I'd like to see Solana at 165. I'd like to see Stewie at 2.23. I don't know, man. We could just pump from here. I'm fine with that too. I just think there's just a tiny bit more to give for some of these alts. What's XRP doing? I'm not going to comment on XRP. I don't want to get into any emotional perspectives on that.
Yeah, I hate XRP. I don't know why people are emotionally attached to it. But hey, if you hold something for 10 years, you're probably going to be attached to it.
Yeah, I think it's got
You hold something for 10
future.
years and it finally pumps and does like a 5x and you're like, yeah, never selling. It's finally going up. And then it goes right back down.
Yeah, my problem with XRP is like, I mean, it's done a bloody good job because if you look at every other upsurge that it's had since its origin, it's, this has been a good stab at, gaining acceptance for weeks on end above $2. So it's doing really well. It just feels uncomfortable for me. To be fair, I was calling at least $4. Like, who cares what I say? But like, and you shouldn't care. But my analysis has shown that it deserves more, and I think that it deserves more too. But it's looking super toppy. Everything.
Yeah, I really didn't think it would really have a chance to get above $5 this cycle. 5, maybe 6 if it really pushes it, but it's like I don't.
Yeah, agreed. Like,
The
if
market
I'd
cap's too big.
I'd take my money and run at like above 4. Like I honestly wouldn't care. You know, people talking about. Well, I mean, we could humor this for a second. What type of market cap would it require for XRP to be sitting at, I don't know, $10, $20?
I mean, even like 20, 25 bucks, it would have to be like 1.5 trillion.
It would probably be like Ethereum's market cap, no?
No, like that would be if it was like, I don't know, maybe $6 or something.
Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm wrong. Ethereum, wait, no, Ethereum's market cap's only 314 billion.
I know that it would have to be 1.5 trillion to be at like 20, 25 bucks.
Okay,
It would have
so
to have that.
it would have to flip Bitcoin. Or not flip
Yeah, pretty
Bitcoin, but
much.
it would have to come like close to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, why would
It
that
would
ever be
definitely
the
have to
case?
flip Ethereum.
It's like, for me, the reason I'm not in it is, yes, I was late to the party and I don't really care that I was, but like, I just don't want to be in a centralized banking token. It's actually like the last token I want to be in.
Yeah, it's sort of like
Um,
it sort of defeats the whole purpose of why crypto was created.
it defeats the whole purpose, but you can still indulge in tokens like, you know, your Solanas, your Suis, your Ethereum, which are less partnered with kind of the backdrop of banking rails, but also have a bright future ahead of them too, paired with a very solid Web3 ecosystem and with a bunch of like cypherpunks that actually care. And a lot of retail too. And you know, in terms of decentralization, huge problems. I know if I'm storing my money on Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe not Solana, but I know that there's a few other chains that I'm happy storing my money there. I know that what it would take to attack that network would be so much more than a bunch of the other contenders. XRP, that foundation, they have control of the chain. Like they just do. But why wouldn't you hold it? Because, you know, like you said, it's just gonna every now and again pump. I do think that it will run out of time in terms of like the legitimate speculation of it actually being a thing. Like this cycle, this year, it's become more apparent that there actually might be an opportunity for it. But in my personal opinion, it's going to be a nothing burger. I really do I want that to be wrong?
What do you think
I
is
think
going to be
there's
a
going to be
nothing
a lot of
burger?
nothing burgers. XRP.
I mean, if banks get involved, which I guess they are, then I could see the growth curve steadily increasing over time. But
Didn't they say today in the talk with Jeremy Powell, someone like point blank asked Jeremy Powell, will America ever have a digital
BBDC.
you know, centralized? Yeah, exactly. And he was just like, no, never. Like, oh, okay, well, just that simple, right?
I mean, they don't have any plans for that as of right now, but I
Isn't
mean, they
that
might
is
change their mind in the future. I doubt it, but they really shouldn't. They really shouldn't. It's kind of it's not. It goes against like the freedoms of the U.S. It's just not like constitutional. I mean, I don't know if there's anything in the Constitution that actually prevents it. I'm just saying, like, that would be too far. I think the
Yeah,
pros for it
I
would
just think
be if
that's
they did a
bearish for
UBI,
crypto.
like a universal basic income. You could get in a CBDC, but I mean, there's already cryptos that exist where they could do that if they really wanted to. They should just integrate with the whole crypto ecosystem, or come out with their own stable coin.
Yeah, of course.
But that basically would be a CBDC. It's just that you can't. They shouldn't be able to control what you spend your money on, like when or how much of it. You know what I mean? That's not like a capitalistic sort of thing. That's more of a communistic sort of idea, which is why I think there's so many people, like even higher up, that are against the idea of its creation in the first place. Because once it's created and implemented, it's like, maybe people, you get a universal basic income and you get $300 a week for free and you don't even have to do anything. And people are like, oh, yeah, this is great. But then once it's implemented, it's like, once something is set in motion and is actually like being utilized and it's in effect, it's hard to change it back to the way that it was. So if they implement it and then they say, okay, well, you can't, you already bought too much steak this month, so you can't be buying any more of this, and it's like, or you bought too much toilet paper this month, you're not allowed to buy this much or whatever. It's like that's taking your freedoms away. It's like you should be able to, on an open market, you should be able to buy however much of whatever you want. So that sort of thing is like, if they did it and they actually changed to a system like that and it stuck even for a shorter period of time, it would be really hard to take the steps to reverse it and get it, and get it out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it seems really bullish that we're moving towards centralized digital currencies, or that we're, rolling out legislation around stablecoins and on the same token crypto. But I think crypto doesn't care, and actually it flourishes in between all of that activity, and it doesn't require any of that activity to be successful. If we started to see more of legitimization around stables and behind tracking what occurs on the blockchain and what that means for, again, where does that even start? Does it start with the resident? Does it start with the citizen? Within which jurisdiction does that adhere to? Crypto doesn't give a shit, and if it were to start pointing in that direction, well, you just have privacy coins become more popular. And yeah, that would be a really cool run. I'd like to be in that run. I'd like to see like a Bitcoin or just like a crypto bull market where like privacy coins are just running super hard, because like privacy is like the new in thing. Where what we've seen this cycle is just like centralized, I don't know, American tokens, or like XRP, which might be like the next banking token. It's like, dude, like really? Like I get it, but crypto's going to operate whether you like it or not. And the nations that are working on accumulating it, perhaps putting it into a reserve, understand this, because the free market is the strongest market out there available to you. And the free market is the only market left when shit hits the fan, when you're in economic crisis, when you're in war. You need a free market available to you, and in order to play in that free market, you need chips. So we can speak all day about utility and banking tokens and all of that, but secretly, everyone just wants to be able to trade on a free market. And you could argue that it's still at a discount depending on your time horizon.
Hey guys,
What's up, man?
Hello.
what's up?
Sorry,
Is
I've just been
is anyone?
chatting.
Sorry, go
Go
ahead.
for it. Go for it, man.
I was just asking, is anyone futures trading here,
Yeah, a
or
few
are
people
you
in the
guys
group
just doing
are.
spot?
I think
There's a
it's a
lot of people
mixture.
that futures trade. I'm not personally doing it right now, but there's a lot of people that do, yeah.
I think it's a good
So with
mixture
spot
within
trading,
the
do you
group.
guys invest or do you day trade or?
It depends. It depends on the climate of the market. Like right now, I'm sitting out. I'm on the sidelines. If price go up, then I have spot, so I'm not too fussed. But in terms of futures trading right now, I think you're already in a short. So the last short that I caught on my derivatives account was 100. You're in a short above 100, or I don't know how many. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because you might be futures trading and like whatever, but like I think most people who've been longing 90K on their futures account have probably taken quite a significant amount of profits. What we're seeing when it gets below 90 is just like huge spot orders come in. What's
Do
open
you,
interest doing?
Are you interested in like technical analysis, or do you have a question about futures trading specifically?
So I'm just of
No,
course I'm interested in it.
I'm asking
Sorry,
I'm
go.
asking the dude. I'm asking the dude that
Oh,
was
okay,
asking
okay,
about,
okay.
because I don't know if he wants TA or if he's like, and I'm wondering if people are actually trading stuff, something that's moving, or like if he just has a question about like how the exchange works or something.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
no,
I
no,
didn't
no. I
see
was
it. Yeah.
no, what you guys are like, what your style of trading is. So that's what I was just asking. Yeah. So because I mean, like, is there anyone that you follow other than Dbloc? Like, is there anyone other that you rely on for news or directions of the market, or yeah, you get what I mean?
I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
need a
think
few
you just
pretty
have
good
to
people
take a
to
little
follow.
bit from
You what?
everywhere, man. Like I think reading books is really important. A big book that I recommend would be Market Wizards if you're more of a trading kind of person or investing kind of person. If you're into like hardcore technical analysis, I think you have to be careful because there's a lot of people out there that make it seem easier than it actually is. Technical analysis does work, but the character of the price action is more important than the technical analysis because sometimes you need to understand that you can have a really important level that could technically be very sound, but still end up being a losing trade. The question is that are you finding more levels that increase your probability than decrease your probability? Um, like something that I've witnessed over the past few months in terms of derivatives, futures trading, is that open interest has been decreasing, which essentially means that futures have been going in, or rather closing out of their positions. A mixture between closing out of their existing positions and entering less positions than since April 2024, which puts us at about 300 days ago. So that's fine. That might spike back up, but it's something to take into account that in this range up here, a lot of people have been exiting their positions, which is what we kind of want, you know? We've had a flush out. There was too
Yeah.
much of a build-up of existing positions. So I wouldn't see that as a bearish indicator, just because futures open interest is down. I'd actually see that as a healthy platform to send the market from here.
Yeah, because I was having a bad trading month 2 weeks ago, so I took around 2 weeks off just to cool down and reset. So yeah,
Yeah, nice.
I haven't joined the stream for like 2 weeks or a week and a half. So today was the first day I just joined back. But yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the market on a macro level, I guess, I mean, we do know that the market has to go up following its cycle. If we take the cycle into account on a macro level, the market has to go up sooner or later. I mean, but it's just a matter of time. And when will the market go up? That's when we have to catch it at the right moment.
I mean, yeah, I mean it depends on your sizing and how you're trying to play it. Like, you know, so where we're trading at right now, we're within 5% of the bottom of the range. The entire range is 20%. So if you're under the conviction that we're still in a bull run and you don't feel like price will deviate too far from here, I mean, it could deviate between 5 to 10%, then it's no problem. I think that the biggest fear right now, well, for me, and I think that you made a really good choice taking some time off, because, you know, when you're getting chopped up in the market, essentially you're wrong. And so you need to take time out and you need to actually spend time. This is something I really enjoyed recently, is just like watching price action without being in a position. Okay, fine, I'm in a small position at the moment, like in a small short position. But it's not really anything to get too excited about. And I don't even want it to change I don't want to be too excited about it, because of course the rest of my portfolio is long. So it's not even a hedge, it's just like I just want to make a bit of money so that I can buy lower. But my problem is that it's way too choppy. It's been way too choppy here. And you know, like I tried to trade it for a couple of days. And I think I ended up like flat. I mean, maybe I ended up taking a small loss in the end. I think it was pretty much break even, or maybe I ended up taking a small loss. It's just like none of this is worth trading. But I did catch the short from 100, which has been keeping me alive. And that was a very, very easy trade. And sometimes, you know, that's the thing, like you're in a winning trade and you're like, oh, well, I'm in a winning trade, so I can have a stab at some other positions. Like, no, just sit out. like you're in a winning trade, take your profit, take 50% out, and then just
Yeah,
let the rest run. And don't
yeah.
get into the
And that's
habit of like thinking, oh, I'm just playing with house money right now. It doesn't matter. No, you're playing with money that actually you want to take from the market and you want to keep it in your hand, So that's where I'm at right now. I was in a short, still am in a short. I tried to get into a couple of more shorts on some alts, which overextended, which I got stopped out of short today because we had a nice little move today. It was like, where was it? It was like just after, it was like pre NY Open.
yeah, because the market's really choppy. So I would say right now scalping is the best option. It's the safest option. I mean.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's a scalper's market. It's been a scalper's market for like a week. 100%. There's no other way to trade this right now. And we've had a little bit of a V-shaped recovery on a few assets, and I think everyone was expecting that V-shaped recovery to turn into like maybe like a weekly or like a monthly V-shaped recovery. But actually, it was just like a mini V-shaped recovery to giving it mostly all back. So Bitcoin's looking kind of bearish right now, to be honest with you. We're getting some price action in right here.
Those candles don't look good.
So we've opened up the new day, unable to get back above even 96. Trying to slap it back down now.
And the problem is the dominance is increasing, which is
Oh yeah,
interesting.
of course. You're gonna see dominance. Like we could have potentially topped, but let's assume that it's the top. Well, you're gonna see dominance revisit 62, 63 to make a lower high. Or you're going to push up into what I've got my eye on, which is 65, 66, which would be another Bitcoin flush out. But yeah, dominance has not been behaving, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, most of the lower cap alts are down around 80%. Because I caught, if you look at AIXBT, it went up to 0.8, and
Damn,
the problem is I didn't take
smashed.
profit. So
yeah,
and now it's around 0.3, I guess. So I mean, alts are pretty down, like lower cap alts. Gala, Sui, Dot is down pretty much 50%.
Yeah, Dot's down huge, but I'm still making a high conviction play on Dot. So my level on AIXB, what is that? XBTC?
Yeah, AIXBT.
Oh, AIXBT. Yeah. Yeah, my line in the sand is 18 cents. I think 18 cents, and you might get a serious move. Or just push up from here, that's fine too. But I think if you really wanted a catapult, it's there.
Yeah, because I was tracking it with Dbloc 2-3 weeks back, and I kept on asking him like, I just keep DCing, and I started off from 0.5 until 0.3. So yeah, and Dbloc had his level down to 2.8, 0.28.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
he
It's
was
not
going
even
down heavy
bad.
on that as well. So
It's not even bad, to be honest with you. So the if I was to sweep a value area from inception, wow, I mean, what am I looking at? Binance. Okay, more than a year of price action. The value area low is sitting at 36, which we're trading beneath right now. So once you're trading back above 36 and you're getting support at 36, then you have the point of control, which is sitting around 50. Your fair value area high, which is sitting at 82 cents. So honestly, if you've been buying sub 50, it's not even too bad. I do think it could come lower, but I think that it will snap back really quickly above 36. I think for me, 36 is the fair value on AI XBT. Anywhere between 36 and 50, you've got a good price.
nice. And what about Dot?
Oh, Dot, my baby. The Dot's my. I mean, it's completely eating shit. I think that's undeniable. But I mean, there's nothing really to say on Dot. Is that basically between $3.40 and $4? It's just like the magic area to buy it. I think if you can buy Dot beneath $4, then you shouldn't really care too much about anything else. In terms of the upside,
I bought.
Yeah, go for it, man.
No, I was just saying I bought Dot last month, or was it 2 months ago? I think it was last month, around 4.6, and sold at 8.
Nice.
But then I got back in around, I think 6, but then put down an SL at 5.5. So yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd be selling a huge portion at 23. 23 I think is extremely achievable.
23.
That we 23, yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
yeah, 23.5.
Unfortunately, it ends up into the camp of I don't think it's going to see a new all-time high this cycle, which is unfortunate because that would make me a very happy guy. But I think 23, 32. That's assuming bull market's still on. I mean, how much more can it really give? Like, $1? Like, this is like why we're such a like a interesting crossroads in the market at the moment, because you've got a bunch of fairly high utility alt tokens that have pretty much completely reset or are at critical support or have even given new all-time lows. Like Miner, for example. Miner gave a new all-time low. Tezos has come close. Dot's come close. You know, these are good tokens. These have life in
Yeah.
them. These have utility in them. These have
Yeah.
fairly high transaction throughput. And you want to be keeping your eye on them.
Yeah. Dot
You know,
could actually boom uh if the US gets a portion of if the US could get hands on TikTok, because they were basically, I think, planning to process payments on the Dot network, or something like that.
That's the thing.
But
Like,
I mean,
Dot are working on some of the most impressive tech.
Mhm.
I understand the tech, and I've seen what they've been working on with the Jam protocol, and essentially they are working on a chain that's more impressive than most of the competitors that are on the market today. The problem that they have is they don't have this network effect degree of, you know, Solana, for example. You know, Solana's seeing like millions of
Yeah.
transactions a day. Dot's
Mhm.
seeing, you know, if you're lucky, 100K. So the network activity is low, but the potential throughput of the network and the underlying technology is super strong. And in terms of decentralization, they're more decentralized than Solana. They're more decentralized than Sui. They have Gavin Wood, which of course was the co-founder of Ethereum. And they have this Jam network, which would essentially turn Web3 into a concurrent supercomputer, which you don't really get in smart contract execution at the moment. At the moment, you execute a smart contract, it executes in an isolated environment. You wait for the result, and then you process the result, and you do something. On Polkadot in the future, when they release Jam, you'll be able to carry out a bunch of operations at the same time, the same as how you do it on if you were just to rent out, you know, some cloud compute off AWS or any other provider for that matter. But you know, sometimes the best utility doesn't win, and it's unfortunate. And you know, we've seen it this cycle. You know, you got Trump going up to $80. Like, you know, people pile in on Trump when you've got networks like Link and you've got networks like virtuals. You know, like virtuals. Like you into virtuals?
Yeah.
If you're into virtuals, I see some serious upside. And it's sitting at.
What are you targeting with?
What am I targeting? New all-time high.
Yeah.
No problem. I think it could hit $7 to $8. But that's just because I've seen how it's been behaving and I understand the narrative. Dbloc, I think Dbloc's a big fan on virtuals too.
Yeah. AIXBT is built by virtuals, so
yeah, it just got hit harder. got hit a
Yeah.
little bit harder. Yeah.
Ooh, look at those candles.
Got a bag of GRT as well. Not many people are a fan of GRT. I'm a big fan. You know, I find a few of my positions are actually fairly contrarian positions, but I just have conviction in the protocols. Like I'm just happy. I feel good holding these tokens, and I think that's probably should be anyone's main concern. Is like, how are you going to sleep at night? And for me, like, sometimes I'm okay with being in a token that hasn't necessarily ridden too hard yet, because I know that its day will come. Like the Dino coins, they still have opportunities as well, like, Litecoin. Although I understand that the underlying technology of Litecoin isn't that impressive. Actually, the decentralization is probably in the top 5 in terms of decentralization. So a very safe place to store your money. But it's been holding strong, man. Yeah, it just needs to start trading back above 150, and then it's off to the races. But let's talk about new flashy tokens. Have you got any other flashy tokens that you're into?
I'm not sure if you'd consider Gala a flashy token, but
Gala, yeah, I'm not in Gala. Nor do I know much about it.
I mean, the most thing were the AI agents, but I think the hype died down for now. After DeepSeek's little party trick, so yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, it could be back soon.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat buying the Trump dip. The question is, what I'm really intrigued about with Trump is not where the next bottom is, but how much of a relief rally is it going to get? Because let's just say that you approximate the relief rally into the medium of the range, which would just be the 50% mark of the top and the low pivot. So right now that would be about $31, which I think is a fair relief rally. You have to bear in mind that that's a lot of people's entries. So, they're going to be break even off the back of that relief rally. Let's say that we drop down to where I'm happy to buy it, which is like $3. And that's just because I'm a dick. That would be $26 relief rally. It's just problematic. It's really problematic if you bought DOT above $30.
Do you think Elon would launch his own meme coin?
I don't care. I literally do not give a shit at this point because it's just a distraction. All of this is distraction, right? Really, like,
Yeah, it
should
is.
we, like, unless you care about, oh, maybe I heard about it before other people and I can get in on the play and I can make a few buck or two. You know, it's like that meme where it's just like price go down, it's manipulation, price go up, it's organic growth. Like,
Yeah,
well, we
it's
know
it's,
that
it's
it's bullshit.
yeah, it is
Um,
bullshit. I mean, it's just has no utility to it. It's just a rich guys making more money.
in terms of a collector's item, yeah, I mean, if you like, that's the thing. Like, if I was in that position, I'd literally be like, right, okay, I'm going to create a token. It's deflationary, and then like it burns like a portion of the circulation every month,
Mm.
and it basically just becomes like a super rare collector's item. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, do you have Trump? Do you have Trump coin? Like, cool, yeah. Like, Trump coin's been like decreasing in circulation since it was launched, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, I get that as a collector's item. Just like the same as if you would have a banknote that you acquired 200 years ago that you had to look after because you have,
Yeah.
you know, time, you've got wear and tear, you've got to keep it in like good condition. That's what makes it valuable is the fact that you've been able to retain it for so long. Where it doesn't have any of that. It's just like, let's dump all of these tokens onto the market, cash out, and good luck. Which is really sad.
Yeah,
And
it
people are
is.
gonna hate me
I
for
mean,
saying
even
this. I know,
Mm.
you know, I know it sounds shit to say it because, you know, I'd like to see it be successful. I'd like to see everyone get their money back. You know, I was thinking that actually it had a good stab at $100. To be honest with you, when it was sitting up at $80, but that was the problem. I think everyone was.
yeah, everyone was hoping for that $100.
It did a Bitcoin at 69K.
Yeah, and there's something that intrigues me as well because since the inception of the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge hasn't moved much. I mean, it hasn't pumped much according to how they've been tweeting, and because Elon has been tweeting right, left, and center about Doge and Doge and Doge, you know,
Yeah,
and
I mean
it hasn't
the
pumped
problem is
surprisingly.
that the problem is that the novelty is worn off, and that Dogecoin is sitting in the 8th position total market cap. If you wanted
Yeah,
Doge to do a 2x from here, which I think is still
yeah,
reasonable, but I mean a 2x from here is basically back up to 50 cents,
yeah,
which is fine, but it's not the kind of I don't know, $2 that all the moon boys are looking for.
yeah. I mean, when they made the Department of Government Efficiency, I think it was at 30 cents, 35 cents.
The biggest gains right now are tokens that are within the top 100, but like above the top kind of like 25, 30, 40. That's where you're kind of like anywhere between like the 25 and 100 mark. There's going to be some nice growth in there. Everything else, yeah, fine. It can see another all-time high. You know, Solana new all-time high, Dogecoin new all-time high. But are you going to see like between 800 to 1,000%? Nah, you're just not.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's got another between 50 to 80%, maybe 50 to 100% if you're a super moon boy.
Yeah.
Which is cool. So you could assume that a few tokens are going to do at least 3 to 4 to 500%, no problem.
Why can't it be Moon Girl?
Well, take your pick.
I like the Moon Girls.
Moon Girl, let's go Moon Girl. I don't have that token. Maybe you launch it right now.
Yeah. Done and
Moon
done.
Girl token.
Well, the thing is, if we're looking at the legacy of Bitcoin, I guess we could see another 100% to 200%, but that would be more likely in like 3 to 5 years. So
the 200 week moving average is sitting at 50k right now. When that 200 week moving average is sitting at the prior all-time high, is when you want to start to worry. If you open up a super old chart like the Bitstamp chart, and you just check out Bitcoin, and if you check out the 200 week moving average, usually when the 200 week is sitting at the price of the previous all-time high, you're probably quite toppy in the current cycle. So, for example, in 2017, when we peaked at 19k, if you were to fast forward to 2021, the 200 week moving average was sitting at about 19-20k in August. In September, 21k. October, 23k. So 3 or 4k above, but then that was the end of the cycle. You can check this out on cycles previous to that too.
yeah.
So we've got leeway. We've got at least 40%.
Yeah, I've just been scooping up Trump in case he does something crazy.
That's fair. I think the pump's going to come out of nowhere, and once you're trading back above 17, 18, I think it can fly.
Yeah, I agree though. It can go very low numbers, but there's something to this, I think, more than meets the eye. It's not just like the way he dropped his Solana of NFTs. This is something else. I think they're already starting to use the coins to buy official merch, and I guess re-put it not in the campaign, but in the party or something. I don't even know. I'm trying to dig deep into it, but been so busy. But I've been buying these dips, like whatever, scoop it up just in
Oh,
case.
that's cool. Look, but there's no denying that Trump's going to get a huge move eventually. The question is how many more. Is this something that happens throughout the entirety of him being president? I think, yeah, you could guarantee that there's going to be some pumps and dumps within the next 4 years, 100%. So actually,
Yeah.
if you're taking a stab at it, you know, it's not the end of the world.
But I agree with
I
you were
think,
saying. Like most of the people, there's a lot. Like me, my first buy was at 27, so a lot of people are
yeah,
kind of trapped around that $30 area. So it's going to be tough to get above that 30. So like
yeah,
I've been
totally.
buying. My first buy was 27, and luckily I've been buying most of my weight down here. But that was my first buy was $27.
Yeah, I think you're sitting pretty good down there. You know, like a lot of people who are trapped at 30 plus, you'd like to think that when price revisits that they'd go, okay, right, okay, take this opportunity to get out or maybe sell half. But I guarantee you that they won't. And I understand that they will not. That's fine because Trump to the moon. But if you're in, you know, beneath 30, then you're feeling a bit more comfortable right now. I'd like to see it go lower though. I'd like to see sub 10.
Yeah, I'd buy even sub 10. Just the what if scenario. Like, of course, I'm not putting all my chips in there, but it's just like that what if scenario. Like, if something silly happens with this, they decide, because a lot of people are scared of what's going to happen when they distribute the first batch, and there could be some interesting twist to that distribution too.
Yeah, I mean the tokenomics, of course, is another kettle of fish, which I'm not happy with either, to be honest with you. So that's kind of why, I'm only playing it on a derivatives position if it comes to my price.
That makes sense.
I can understand that you just buy some spot DCA hold, but I just feel uncomfortable at the moment. Like I don't have like much kind of more expendable income that I'm willing to risk on
Right.
something like that. But I would try and get into a perpetual swap position or something like this.
Yeah, I have some Sol and some Doge and some ETH as well. That's about it right now.
That's cool, man. Because you don't want to be thinking about too much at the moment. I think it's nice just to be like, here's between 5 and 10 coins that I can focus on. Is before the last flush out, I'm sure there were people in 20 plus, 30 plus coins just going, why am I even in these tokens, man? Like,
Oh yeah, I've done many experiments. There was a time I tried to get every coin on Coinbase. There wasn't as many coins on there. It was last year, and luckily it was during like a bull trend, so I did okay with it. But that could have been a disaster on a bear trend.
dude, it's actually a really smart thing to do in either a bear market or on like a serious dip, assuming that you're going to see another push, because if you can accumulate into many positions which are like fairly high quality projects and you've got a good spread between them, is that you can wake up one day and have a position move and then wake up the next and have another position move, and so they all
Yeah.
kind of like surge in at different times.
Yeah.
So you're not stuck in any particular position waiting for it to pump.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did that. Like I'd say I had about 55, maybe to 65 positions, and all I would do is every night before I went to sleep, I would sell the top 5 winners and feed
Yeah,
those profits from the top 5 winners into the top 5 losers right before I go to sleep. So every night, that's all I do and be automatic. I'm like, all right, who performed the best today out
yeah.
of all my positions? Those top 5, I'm shaving off those and I'm feeding whoever did the worst. And it ended up being pretty good. I did it for about
Yeah,
3
it's a
months.
pretty good strat, man.
It was fun too. It was
I
easy.
think if the market is generally healthy, that's a really good strat.
Yeah, it was during a good month.
Yeah. Because like if the general market structure is uptrend, and it just means that some tokens are getting more action than the others at certain moments, then yeah, of course you just rotate into, yeah, that's really cool, man. Yeah.
And I had
When
I
that
had a
works,
I had an oh shit panic button, everything batched up through Crypto Hopper. So if I needed to sell everything at once, I had that option through Crypto Hopper.
yeah. Those were the days. I mean, I say that as a joke because it's like everyone's forgot what an uptrend feels like. Because it's going to be super exciting, man. You know, when price finally does start to break out, whether that be to the downside first and then to the upside, or the other way.
Well, I think we had a lot of excitement. I mean, think about it. Bitcoin ran from 15,000 to above 100,000 in a matter of a few months. I mean, that was like what, like a year about that run, maybe a little bit more. But
I mean, that was a lot of time. There was a lot of time in between then to think about what was going on, to be honest.
well,
I think what
yeah,
you'll
I mean,
find towards the end of the cycle now is that the moves will become more aggressive, they'll become quicker. There'll be less time to think after a while. Because you know the move from 15K has been it's been aggressive, but there's been a lot of time to think in between.
yeah, definitely. Because yeah, let's say the end of 2023 is when we really started moving, and that's like when we jumped
The
up.
problem is that you had, which you'll always see within the first year of a move, is I don't believe it, or you know, it's like people haven't really accepted yet that this is it.
Well, it's repeated.
And then
It's, I
you
mean, the move's pretty similar, except for now we got that crazy extra growth on the end. But what we did back in 2021, it's just a bigger move. It's not like, it's not as lopsided on the right, but it's still a similar move we made back then.
2021, it was so clear to see that just everything was in an aggressive uptrend. This cycle since 15K, you've seen push up, make a range, liquidate everyone out of that range, push up again, make a range, slowly grind down, liquidate everyone back out, push up again, take out the prior low, push up again. It's just like it's been really technical and it's been really tough to. I mean, obviously, if you're just DCAing, you're laughing. But if you're a technical trader, you've got to be on point. And I think a lot of people, if they went in to this cycle with the same kind of mindset as the last cycle, like, oh, well, price go up and the week opens, and when the week makes a weekly low on a wick, that was probably the low of the week, and then we can just expect a green candle now. Where in the weeks that we have nowadays, it's like, open the week low, take out the low a few times, go up, have a high, take out the high a few times, chop around in the middle. It's really difficult for people to stay comfortable in a position. Unless you've been shorting over the past few weeks. If you've been shorting over the past few weeks, it's just like the market's just giving it to you like a gift. Because every time price comes back up, at like a golden pocket or the key moving average, or there's a bunch of confidence, it just gets slapped back down. Similar to how we've been seeing aggressive buybacks at beneath 90. Well, now we're seeing aggressive sells at every opportunity that price attempts to push back up, which would indicate perhaps that they want price lower before they're happy to close out of these shorts. Now, the problem is for them, if someone can get to them before they've reached their target, you know, wherever that target might be, sub 90, are they going to get there? Because if some aggressive buying came in right now from some other parties, they could quite easily squeeze all of the shorts that have been. But then the problem is with that open interest has been decreasing, which would indicate that actually a lot of shorts have already been closed, which is why if you start to send price down further, then you can pile in even further shorts. Like we've had this actually in the past 4 days. Open interest has been increasing up again. And what this is this is people, it's a mixture between people opening long positions here, of course. There's also a indication of people opening up late shorts because price is going down, but open interest is going up, which would indicate that, yeah, people are trying to short support, which is fine. Like you can short support and get another move down, but that's going to be the recipe for a short squeeze. It's going to be the new shorts that open up within the next week to 2 weeks, because a lot of the shorts from higher are sitting pretty and have already taken substantial profits. So if you were to see price back above 100k, well, you don't really have that much shorts to squeeze. You will get a short squeeze, but you won't get a significant short squeeze in comparison with building up even more late shorts down here, or even better, building up some shorts beneath 90k. Get people really shorting into support. Then you'll get a mad move. But yeah, I've got to shoot. But thanks for being patient with me, just chatting into thin air. Peace out, guys.
Peace, man. Take care.
What's going on, y'all?
Yeah.
Bleh. Bleh. Some extremely boring price action. But it's almost like you welcome boring right now. Not the indicator I was looking for. I need to find it. I mean, we're back down into neutral for fear and greed. That's good. Right, we flushed that out. That's a nice, decent reset. Well, we invalidated our first W, but like me and Leighton were talking about, it just really expanded the W so far. So basically, same setup, wider W, and our invalidation is same measured move.
I'm with it.
Let's see if London does their, if UK does their job. We'll draw out our Asian box. Figure this out real quick. Top of Asia to the bottom. UK hasn't opened just yet. Asia's 50 will be roughly around the daily open, unless it happens to pump here. When UK comes in, if UK can hold our daily open, then we should push through our vector gaps. If that daily open collapses though, we can't hold Asia's 50, then they're gonna come grab this 35 bill.
What up, Dbloc?
What's going on, man?
Oh, not a whole lot. I haven't done a whole lot of anything tonight. Freaking poked my eye earlier, and it was pretty bad. And now it's like swollen, and I've been crying out of my left eyeball for the last 6 hours.
The hell? That's not good, man.
Oh, cable, and it like snapped back and hit me in the eye. And I thought I caught it. I don't think I scratched it because it doesn't feel scratched. Just
You have to wait till tomorrow to see how that feels.
yeah, it's like sucks, man. So I've been like kind of chilling. I took a nap for a little bit, and then it was hurting pretty bad. And then I took some Tylenol, and that helped. But the most random things, you know.
Yep. Nah, anything with your eyes the worst. Like you can't even blink. What's going on, Maddie?
I told my wife, I was like, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Freaking can't help it." She said, "Just tearing up because it hurts to blink." And it was hurting to keep it closed. I was like, I don't know.
It should do more than that. If UK can hold Asia's 50%, we should come up into these vectors. But we still got another half an hour left. Something wrong with my mic? Let me go grab my phone. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh shit. Hold on, let me show you. I must be tired because I found that dumb funny. We laugh to keep from crying, yo. Look, it could be worse. You could be this guy. You could be this guy dropping $1 million on the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. His day is substantially worse than yours. That didn't age well. He's gonna have to. Taking profits and winning more than you lose. One thing I can promise you is that's impossible is making your first meal without taking profits. Not as strong as the feeling of losing it. Let's just say the best I felt making money was not making the highest amount, but getting to the point where I was broke. When I got to the point that I paid off all my bills and I didn't owe a single person on the planet a single dollar, that feeling was bigger than anything else. Getting out of debt. Right? And not having to trade my time for, like, not having to trade hours in the day for a salary. That was also a big point. I mean, I came into this game a little bit different than other people. I was 6 figures in debt when I first started, and I didn't have a lot of capital to start with. So I really grinded up from nothing, from less than nothing, right? Because nothing is being broke. Nothing is like you don't owe anybody anything, but you don't have any money to invest. I started underwater. So that's why I say that it felt better getting to the point where I didn't owe anybody anything. That was like making a mill. But money becomes liquid after a certain point. And I'm not saying that to be a flex, because it can happen at any. You don't have to get to a mill for you to feel like money's liquid. But yeah, it comes and goes. Like I honestly don't value myself in dollars anymore. I really do denominate in Bitcoin. Nah, it was bad, bro. It was gonna go bad for me, Leighton. I did a lot of stupid shit when I was young, and I ended up in debt to people that you don't end up in debt to. Right? Not the type of people that you can declare bankruptcy and they just go away. So figuring this out for me was a necessity. There was really no other option. That was a long time ago, though. That's why I feel the way I feel about crypto. Like, if you come from money and all that, cool, you know? But for people who don't come from anything, you know, not only don't come from anything, but don't have many options to make anything of any, you know. Like, yeah, America's great. You can pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but there are certain sections of the society that start at a huge disadvantage. And then there's dumbasses like me that put myself at a huge disadvantage, you know, being young and dumb. Depends on UK, man. If UK could stay above ages 50, so far it looks good. We just got to stay above this 50% line, the middle of Asia's range. And then we should stay bullish here. If not, we're going to go after that 35 mil. Nah, bro, there's nothing like crypto, I promise you. And I've tried every hustle, every sort of get rich quick scheme. Yeah, I think it's good for the long term. Yeah, I was in Forex too. That's really where I discovered Market Maker, and I sort of started picking up on Market Maker's patterns was in Forex. I probably wouldn't be nearly as good a crypto trader if I hadn't been in Forex, honestly. There's just so much manipulation that if you don't figure it out, you're just not going to succeed. In Forex, I mean, more than crypto. You think crypto's bad. Yeah, it's more intense. It's more intense. It's faster pace. You're trading for a couple pips in and out, 1 or 2 minutes in a trade. Because any longer than that is just, you can't, you know, you can plan out long Forex trades, but for the most part, you're trading for really, really tight pips. And you're trading on a funded account. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing both. Forex is the type of thing that if you're going to do it, it's going to take 100% of your attention. Yeah. The research debt or the amount of research that you have to do to be successful in Forex is intense. What's going on, Sample? Yeah, I agree, Rambo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless you're swinging like with heavyweight. Alex, good morning. From Serbia, nice. Yeah, I'm the same, Rambo. You've got to be obsessed with this shit. And I don't mean obsessed in a negative way, but if you don't have a real passion for it, I mean, what else keeps you on the screen on boring days like this, right? And anything that's going to keep you, anything that's going to make you study harder, watch the charts harder, research harder, is just an edge. Right? I don't think anybody's going to out research me. right? Unless they have a team. Because I'm already pushing the limits to like what one human could do as far as how many hours a day I can spend. But I like to do it, right? So I don't have off days. Like even when I don't feel well, I'm sitting there, you know, scrolling through shit. You have to love it. Just like anything you do in life, you gotta love it if you want to be successful. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Hurricane. It'd be nice to take out some of these vectors. UK start the party, maybe have US finish it off. It's gonna be kind of rough US session today though. My opinion. So I'd like to get it done in UK. But if you watch those videos, there's a couple guys that do these videos on YouTube that are really good. One guy lives in Dubai. This other guy like travels to a bunch of like high net worth countries, and he just talks to billionaires. Right? He basically asks them the same questions, like, what do you do? What are your tips for success? All of that good shit. And if you've listened to like as many of them as I have, you can boil it down to about 3 things. Right? They all basically say the same thing. They say, do what you love, never do it for free, and never do it for somebody else. And I think if you stick to that, you'll be good. But doing what you love is important because at that point, nobody can outwork you. There's a couple of them. There's a couple of them, Raj, that are pretty good. I don't know about y'all, but when somebody with $1 billion talks, I tend to shut up and listen. Yeah, that is a problem too. Isolation is an issue. You got to keep the social side active. Because the problem is when you're so passionate about something, you don't even want to be around people that don't feel the same way. And chances are your social circle isn't going to feel the same way, right? But it's real easy to become isolated if you're not careful. I know communities like this try to it makes it feel a little better, right? It makes it feel like you're not isolated, but you need human interaction. You need to see your people. Dominance, yo. What did you do while I was gone, Dom? Alright, so it broke out of that bear flag. That's not a thing anymore. Am I gonna have to drop another hammer on them? Is that what they're gonna make me do here? Sometimes you gotta cheat, Leighton. They're not playing fair, so we can't play fair either. Pull out the emojis. I get a call from the SEC tomorrow. I'll know one of you guys snitched. I've been telling for sure. What a crazy day. I guess we should check on let's check on old fecal coin. Not gonna lie, there was a little tiny little bit of regret for a minute there after I took profit, but this chart makes me feel a lot better right now. Nah, they didn't put the poop hat on my guy. Problem is, we're gonna have to wait a while for official QE. From the way Powell was talking. So we're gonna have to get creative with QE. I think the best we could hope for in the short term is Trump-tative easing, like I was saying. Trump is gonna have to push some stuff through. Right? They're already using extraordinary measures because we're at our debt ceiling. But there's only so much money that they can use for that. And right now we're sitting at, hold on, I've got it written down somewhere so I don't forget. So they've already injected $338 billion in extraordinary measures. Right? They've only got $133 billion left that they can use before they run out. When they run out, if they don't get a debt ceiling deal, then they're gonna have to dip into the TGA. The TGA is the Treasury General's account. The TGA has $830 billion in it. So that's all money that can be mobilized without the Fed going into quantitative easing. We'll see if that's the route that they take, but I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I'm expecting higher prices in March and April. I better be, because I'm expecting to take profits in May, so it's going to be hard to take profits if we don't get higher prices. Wonder what our CBBI is at. Nice. Very nice. Give us some breathing room. So our bull market always tops out in these dark colors here, in this dark red, right? Over 90 on the CBBI. Right now we're sitting at light orange at a 77. That's about the same place we were. Yeah, that's about the same place we were at 74K. Come on, give me the 77. Yeah, 60. We were at 62K last time we were at 77 CBBI confidence. Honestly, Raj, I just use the regular VIX. Just to give you an example of the price movement, right? When we were at 58 CBBI on the dip, we were at 54K. We went from 54K to 95, and we're only at a 77. And CBBI tends to top out above 90. Right? So that's that last push that we're waiting for. If you do nothing else, if you just want to trade Bitcoin long term and you do nothing else, you buy Bitcoin, you start DCAing into Bitcoin when the CBBI is under 10. Right? That would have got you in from 3K all the way down to, from 3.5 all the way down to 3.2 in the prior bear market. And in this bear market, it got you in from 19K all the way down to 15. And then you exit when the CBBI is above 90. You start your exit. Start scaling out. That's just like the easiest base trade there is for long term. That's possible, Terragato. That's why I'm not going into stables in May. I'm going to be going into Bitcoin in May. I'm going heavy Bitcoin in May, taking all my profits from the alts. Probably leaving the original alt positions to recompound on the dip, but putting the profits in Bitcoin instead of stables. No, alts don't follow that. Bitcoin does, but from Bitcoin you can judge, then we can judge the top. Right? If CBBI is already a 90, you should be taking profit on some of your alts, on the ones that top before Bitcoin.
Did I hear that right? You're going all in on BTC in May? I would have thought that. Did I hear that right? You're going all in on BTC.
You got a bit of an echo. I think it's the TV in the background. What I was saying was the summer doldrums, right? I'm expecting a bit of a retracement during the summer like we typically have. But instead of taking the risk and going into stables and being wrong about the summer being slow, I'm going to take profits into BTC. So if we do get movement during the summer, I at least capture some of that in Bitcoin. And if it goes down like I'm expecting, my Bitcoin position will lose less than everything else. So it's just a way to hedge against being wrong about the summer being slow. Just a bit of a reposition, right? Repositioning play. Well, it looks like it's just doing the thing, right? It's giving back the gains. It hasn't taken that last low. But this is just what these charts do after they run this hard. Right? People are going to sell off. You've got to find where the demand is. I mean, so far you at least held where you were supposed to, right? You turn that resistance into support. Now it looks like you might be going to backtest it. But if you drop underneath here, yeah, there's a bit of a drop, right? You've got a gap all the way to 1.4, 1.45. Well, support is support until it's not. If it loses this level, then yeah, that's not good. But you kind of just have to wait, right, for it to happen. Last thing you want to do is sell a support, wake up in the morning, and then you caught a rebound. I just don't know how much this is going to drop because, I mean, let's be fair. Look at the run that it had, right? Run is absolutely crazy. But we'll pull a local fib. So if it retraced 50% of its move, it would be at 9.5. But if it's bullish, it won't need to do that. Let me look. Yeah, so it looks to me like if it breaks this level, you're gonna come down to 382. You've got some confluence with the 382 and this resistance range. But that's only if it breaks this level, right? So it's one of those like if this then that scenarios. If you start to close daily candles underneath this 50 EMA, that would be the sort of big warning for me. Right. As of now, you broke your 50 and you just came back to retest it. That's all that's happening. Broke your 50 down here, held support, pulled away, came back, retested. So yeah, you want to watch this level like a hawk for the next couple days. Yeah, just wait for the chart to prove it. What I've been saying lately, right? Less predicting, more reacting. Right? We're already at where we're at. The last thing we want to do right now is move too quick in either direction. Dbloc. That's like the West Coast Dbloc. What's going on, Blake? Jandre, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. W sub. Yeah, it sucks, right? Because it gets to the point, like you get the dip and the dip becomes bigger and you're like, oh my God, that dip looks juicy. And then you start getting to like the 80% range and you start questioning your convictions. You're like, wait a minute. Why is this shit so cheap? if I'm so bullish on it. Gaming has had a bad hit, man. Gaming suffered from early success, you know, which was great for, you know, us that got in early on gaming. But if you bought the dips on those and sort of built longer term bags, it's been a rough ride, right? You've had to like constantly take profit just not to go underwater. But I still stand by that gaming is one of the easiest things to explain. Right? Gaming is the easiest crypto use case to explain to a newbie. Yeah, ENA dumped hard. I still like ENA, man. The reason is because we don't have many stablecoin plays. Right? The best thing we could do, and honestly, this is gonna seem dumb, but look, we heard them talk today, right? 90% of what they said was about stables. And we know that we can't invest in stables, obviously, right? But if stables are going to be pushing and there's going to be inflows coming from stables, increased inflows, then we do sort of have to pay attention to where stables are available, right? Where the majority of the stables are active. So if you come to contracts, if you just go to USDC, come to contracts and click, this is listed by how many stables at a time, right? The most stables, the biggest transaction volume. So these ones at the top, Solana, BNB, you know, if you go to USDC, I mean, if you go to the Tether, you know, these are the main L1s that you sort of want to be focused on. At least the names that we know that pop out. Right? That would be the only way that you could really play stables unless you played something like ENA. So for me, Solana is a stablecoin play. Just because of the massive amount of Solana that's going, I mean, the massive amount of stable coins that's going through Solana. Welcome, Iran. Thanks for the sub, brother. I appreciate you. I know, Raj. I got your message. That's what I'm trying to provide. You know, this is a high work environment right now. So if you want to look at it anything, you could look at it as an apprenticeship, right? If you're new, being able to be around people that are working at a high level in real time. But yeah, in the bear market, there'll definitely be more time for one-on-ones. I mean, even now, right? The group is small. So that's what I kind of like about the setup that we have now, that I can spend time talking to individual people.
Yo, yo, what's up?
What up?
Yeah, it feels like I've had a lot of one-on-ones with you in here. Just because a lot of times there's not many people online.
Yeah.
So
I tell people take advantage because it is going to get crazy.
do you think we need quantitative easing for the altcoin season?
I mean, it would be nice, right? But we don't need technical quantitative easing. Like we were talking about earlier, if they dip into that TGA account and continue to inject money because of the debt ceiling, it's going to have the same reaction. That's almost 900 billion. I mean, altogether with what they've already put in, which is almost 500 bill, another 133 left. I mean, in total, that would be close to 1.7 trillion.
What's TGA?
It's the Treasurer General's account. So the way it works is we have a debt ceiling, right? Which is we can't take on more debt than a certain amount. Right now the number's at 36 trillion. But if we go and we look at the U.S. debt clock, you see that we're above that, right? We're 469 billion above that. So the government has something that they call extraordinary measures, right? Or emergency measures, where they can deploy funds on top of what's in the debt ceiling. They've already deployed 338. Actually, it's more than that. It's 469 now. When I was researching this, we had only deployed 338 and there was 133 billion left. So 133 billion plus 330, that would be 406. Oh, it looks like we're there. So with the 338 billion and the 133 billion they had left, that would take us to 460 something and change. And that's where we're at. Once that runs out and there's no quantitative easing, the only way we can expand the debt ceiling is by dipping into the Treasurer General account, TGA. The TGA has $830 billion in it.
To be honest, that won't last super long either.
Not at the rate that we're going, no. But the money does flow, right? So an injection of, if they do drain the TGA.
Has that ever happened?
Yeah. They've done it before, definitely.
But they didn't like completely drain it.
No, there's never been
little.
There's never been a need to completely drain it. But we've never had a Trump.
They also shut down.
We've never had a Trump that wants to stimulate the economy, but with a Fed that won't do it for him. So that's why I was calling it like Trumpitative easing. Like we might get in a situation where we have a quantitative easing that's Trump driven through legislation instead of through the Fed. But we'll have to wait to see if that happens.
So TGA is not from the Fed.
It's from the Treasury, United States Treasury.
Oh yeah.
All right, UK. We're in the gap. We got one more candle to UK, but so far it looks like our European brothers and sisters are active. The hammer so far is working on dominance.
We will want UK to stay above the 50% Asia line.
Yeah, at the very least. It'd be great if we could hold the 50 EMA. Screw the Asia. I'd rather just stay above the 50, but yeah, that's what you want to see. If we come back down and retest it and pivot off of it in UK, that would be an entry for, if it even comes down to it.
So this week we could see again that the weekend trap like it didn't really have the structure that we used to have.
Nope. We're
And
gonna
now
have
the
to see
weekly
what
structure
happens.
isn't there either.
Nope. People wanted to really like the amount of times that I got asked which was the false move. Because I understand, right? It just you get comfortable knowing there's a false move, knowing there's a 3-day swing. Those have been real comfortable trades that we've taken. But since we didn't have those trap shorts, we couldn't call this the false move. And everybody, I saw people calling this a textbook false move. And I was like, where? How? And I mean channels that follow the same sort of structure that I follow, right? They're saying, yeah, this textbook false move. They put the weekend trap there, and then they put this as the trapped shorts right underneath price. And I'm like, how? If they got freed here, like, how would those be the trapped shorts? But they called it. They told their communities it was the trap short. I mean, it was the false move. So everybody rode their 3-day swing. And you see Tuesday it just rolled over, right? So right now we're still trading momentum, which is cool with me. That's where I was born, you know. I'm absolutely okay with trading momentum.
So what are more advanced concepts of trading momentum opposed to the EMA strategy?
I mean, that's what the EMA strategy is, a momentum trading strategy, right? So what we're doing is, instead of relying on the directionality that we get from the weekly cycle, we have to boil it down to basic TA, which means just going back to taking momentum, taking 50s, clearing them, right? We took it on the 5-minute, we moved to the 15, we took it on the 15-minute. If we hold this, we'll move up to the 30-minute, and we trade the momentum, right? We stay in the trade as long as we keep taking these 50 EMAs. Once we get over the 50 EMA on the 30-minute, we switch to the hourly. And then we target the 50 on the hourly.
And then you combine it with like the W reversal pattern.
Yeah. We're trading all our regular, the strategy is exactly the same. The only difference is that we don't have the confluence of our directionality, right? That little extra
It's
bit
just
of
like
confidence.
one tool less.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is important, right? You can't be a one-trick pony because things change. Even the best strategies, the best indicators, the best cycles, the best whatever you use, your favorite edge is only effective in a certain part of the market. So the deeper your toolbox is, the more well prepared you are for like everything the market can throw at you. Still got that annoying 35 mil sitting underneath. It's not the most comfortable trade, right, to be long above a large liquidity pool like that. Yeah, Raj, we're not at the point yet. We were at the point there for a minute when Bitcoin was at its highs, where Bitcoin and gold were both considered sort of risk off. But with the price action that we have now, I think everything in crypto is considered risk on. So you're going to see an inverse correlation between gold and Bitcoin because they're at the opposite side of the risk of the risk scale. You think they did? Last time I checked that we're still there. Alright, it was right here. 15 mil. Yeah, the 27 mil is still there. The 11 mil is on top of it. So that gives us 38. But then you got some new orders here. 15. It actually went up. We can slap another 15. Yeah, we can slap another 15 mil on top of that. This is real time too. This will disappear if it doesn't. If those orders get removed, this will disappear immediately.
I don't know why they would just sit there. They really wanted to buy. I mean, what's the difference? They could have bought a little higher.
There's no telling,
Real
man.
hard-headed.
There's no telling. People with big money make really stupid decisions sometimes.
Do you think sometimes they just put it there on purpose just to like make people want to buy because they're going to see it there?
Yeah, some of them are spoofed, but you can tell because when price starts moving in that direction, they'll start pulling the orders. They rarely let them get within the margin of error, right? Because any candle can just, if you got order down there that you don't want to fill and you're just spoofing it, chances are like on big drops like this, you start to pull those. Because the next candle could have literally went down and filled you, and then you're stuck with coin you didn't want.
Would the market maker ever spoof? Is that allowed?
You don't see market maker orders on the books.
Ah, okay. Didn't know that.
They don't buy and sell spot how we do on the books.
Well, they buy from retail, don't they?
Yeah, but you go to market maker when the book is empty. So if there's nobody to fill that order, then market maker will jump in and fill the order. But they don't have standing orders that just sit on the book at different levels. They've got long and short, long and short positions that do that.
So are they? But they're not leveraged though.
Yeah.
They are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Where are they borrowing from?
That's how they get their money back. Well, the exchanges. FTX, Alameda was the market maker for FTX. FTX had an account for Alameda that was zero liquidation, no fear of liquidation, full leverage, and they still managed to go down under $3 billion in debt. How does that happen, bro? You understand the level of degeneracy that had to be going on for them to go under 2 to 3 bill with zero liquidation and all the order flow information from all the orders on fit, like. How dense do you have to be to not make that happen?
Staying long in a bear market and never closing the shit ever.
Dumbest shit ever. Just ridiculous, bro. Ridiculous. And when they asked Caroline what sort of strategies Alameda uses, they were like, oh, you guys must use a lot of quantitative analysis and da-da-da. And she said, literally out her mouth said, there's very little math that goes on in the building here. She said it's really just mean. She said it's really just mean reversion and a high appetite for risk. Yeah, no doubt. We saw that. That's true. She didn't lie there. They definitely had a high appetite for risk.
How stupid to have someone like her in charge of that. The people that had running that whole thing was just ridiculous.
I don't know,
And she's
bro.
been awfully
I've seen enough
quiet.
movies to know that when the person in charge is like a doof, they're usually put there to take the fall.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Something
You know,
seems fishy.
yeah,
You seem too
they're usually
stupid to be
there
able.
to go down with the ship.
Doesn't seem like the type of people that you would put in charge or something like that.
I'll tell you what, that group made a shit ton of money though, way before FTX with Bitcoin on the kimchi arbitrage, right? Using cheap yen to buy up Bitcoin, flipping it, selling it the next session in the market for arbitrage, rinse and repeat. But they did it on a mass scale, billions of dollars.
And she didn't even see a day of jail.
Nah, she snitched so quick. I remember the day, I remember the day after all that happened and nobody could find Caroline anywhere. And then somebody on Twitter posted a picture of her in Midtown at some coffee shop. Like
Yeah,
3 blocks away from the FBI building in downtown. I said, "Oh, it's a wrap." There's only one reason in hell that she would be out in the public that close to the FBI building. She's singing like a bird.
Haven't heard nothing about her.
Nah, I think she did some time because it was mandatory, but definitely not the amount that she was supposed to. I don't even know if she's out yet. I sort of stopped following the whole
about it.
shenanigans.
No coverage, nothing. Just quiet. Very suspicious. Oh my God! Today during that crypto meeting with the government, it was disgusting. Some of the stuff they were saying, I can't stand that lady, whatever her name is.
That guy made me a bunch of money, though. I'm not gonna lie. That dude with that fecal coin bullshit, that was a gift. Just landed on my lap. The second I heard it, I was like, there is no way in hell that these degens don't turn this into a coin.
I don't even know what that is.
The guy came on and he was like, so you guys have a name for these meme coins. I won't say it here, but it starts with an S, and everybody started laughing, right? He's talking about shit coins.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, we'll just call them fecal coins. And the second he said it, I went to Deck Screener.
Typed it in, someone made it.
I mean, I was 3 minutes.
Wow.
I was 3 minutes in, not even less than that.
It was epic because your mic was muted, so you had to actually be watching your screen. BJ was talking, your mic was muted, and you went to fecal, so you had to be right there on top of it to get in with you. But it was epic. I had, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have heard me, I would have been saying, "Do not follow me into this. This is high level degeneracy, and I'm literally just bored with this meeting right now." But yeah, I got a 10x out of that, bro.
Shoo! I put in a little. I a bunch of like airdrops. I swapped into it with you. It was, oh, you know, I've been following the channel since some epic crashes and the Trump and everything, and there's never a dull moment with all the work you do. I super appreciate it.
I wish I could take credit, but this market is just nuts.
Yeah, what a time to get into it. Gosh. What I do is that, you know, when I lose, I go back to the simulator, back to the demo.
Yeah.
For every dollar I lose, I spend a minute on the sim, and that's been my way of kind of getting some of that impulsivity and trading psychology, just, you know, navigating the execution versus the emotion, which is a huge part of trading for me. Like you can see it, but how do you feel, and how do you feel? How you feel? How does that affect your decision making?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you were paying attention while I was running it, then you saw how I kept I don't know if you noticed, but that white line that I kept moving up was my stop. That's why I kept telling chat, like as it pumped and we found a new floor, I'd take 50% every 2x, and then I'd move my stop up, and I just kept moving it up. We got it all the way up to about 3 mil. And it did run after, but like I said, you can't chase these things. Once you get a good lick, the last thing you want to do is start double dipping. I mean, this thing did another 2x, 2.5x, but then what it did after is, you know what I mean? So, like, do you risk the 10x to get another 2x and then end up down here because you went to go eat dinner or something, or do you just take your money and run? Especially on something like this, I have no intention on ever touching this coin again. Right? It's just one of those situations where you get in, you open a big bag, you fill it with money, and then you leave.
It was just take the penny jar and turn it into nickels for me. You know, it was just like a, you know, no pressureless kind of just a way to observe a penny turning into a nickel off of some airdrop stuff in a phantom wallet. You know, I mean, that low risk style stuff, you learn so much about just how fast things can compound. It's I mean, every night there's that moment, and ironically today is the first day that I traded leverage, but mostly to torture myself.
You had to touch the stove once just to see how it feels.
Yeah, gosh, it went so well because I woke up to your voice, because I'm always on the Discord. I woke up to your voice and I got that nice entry this morning on leverage, and you know, I gave it all back eventually. But there's something about that ADHD mind that is fueled by that impulsivity and action. I think that's probably what accelerates the Solana network so much, is that, you know, especially if you're spending daddy's money, you know, no offense to anyone that has that. I mean, I would be doing the same thing probably, but
damn right.
There's that dopamine serotonin surge that comes with watching this action, this leveraged action. It's
it's a trigger. It could be a trigger for you. You got to be careful.
Got a point, but
I'm on simulator now. I'll take my spot trades and research. So no, I appreciate it. Your guidance.
Any greedy person will like leverage, regardless.
All about personality types, right? Like, you have to hack your own brain. We know how much of this is psychology. So you have to figure out what works for you, what hits those triggers that you don't want hit. And then you have to be honest with yourself if something is scratching an itch that's not supposed to be scratched. Right? Meaning if you've got a little gambling bug, you know, and trading leverage scratches that itch. I'm not saying don't do it, but you've got to be honest with yourself about what you're doing.
I get pretty frustrated with the like gambling analogy with trading. I really don't want it to be that type of thing.
It can't be. It shouldn't be. If you want to be successful, if you're coming here for the dopamine hit and for fun, then have a great time. Casinos are amazing. Just wild out.
No.
But if you're here to like change your life and really make something for the future, something to leave for the family, you've got to scratch that itch somewhere else. Go to the casino on Fridays, and then when you come in front of the computer, come to work. You know.
Absolutely. You know, I came to crypto from my mom actually recommended that I put some money a few years ago in qubits, about a year ago. You know, was trading at nothing, and that was the first investment I ever made. And then she told me to put a few dollars in Nvidia, and just a few $100. I mean, we don't talk about numbers in here, but and I did, and you know, the NASDAQ and the SEC and pattern day trading and all of that caught up with me. and crypto was like, whoa, this happens 24/7, and it's fluid. And it's a beautiful thing, and you learn so much about charting and the community. And I found your channel, and the rest is history. I won't take up too much of the live voice time,
good,
but I've been in the shadows here through this whole last few weeks, and it's been extraordinary. I feel like I have learned so much from everyone that contributes to this channel. You know, in the ups and downs, and just the emotional truth of trading, and it helps to have other people going through that with you. So I appreciate your shepherding that truth. Thank you.
No problem, brother. Appreciate you for speaking up. At least have somebody to celebrate my fecal coin victory with.
That was something, you know. I wondered, because sometimes I notice you'll be charting and you won't be saying anything, and I've even had the paranoid thought that like it's a game, or like, you know, like a way of you, like if someone's watching the action, they get, you know, it's obviously not true, but that was what I thought. So I shuffled a few coins in there with you and wrote it up.
Yeah, if I'm not talking, sometimes I am playing like chart charades. Like if I'm on a call or I'm listening to something, like if I'm charting, I'll try to like circle things with my mouse. You'll see me like, you know, try to draw attention to certain things I'm looking at.
Yeah, I learned a lot from the visual cues for sure. You know, and also just from people vocalizing their perspective helps me to have my own perspective. You know, I don't. It's not that I'm not trusting of people's concepts, but I'm reluctant always. You know, I have to see it for myself and feel it for myself.
Yeah, trust but verify.
Yeah. So
nothing wrong with that. That's your money. It means you're taking your money seriously, as you should. You know.
Yeah, the loss part is the. I mean, I think I've gotten into this at a kind of a turbulent time. I mean, not that it ever isn't turbulent, but
No, you picked one hell of a time to jump in the game, bro. I'll give you that.
Just from like being in the YouTube chat to subscribing to the channel, and just like the whole time frame has only been. I think the first crypto I bought was like in November or something. So
yeah, you came in the fire. That's all right. I think most of the people here that have been here for one cycle probably came in about the same time you did. There's a lot of people that, because I mean that's when retail comes in. Once it's hot, it's bubbling. People are talking about it. Luckily, you're in a room with people that can tell you, "Hey, this isn't going to last forever." Versus the room I was in. I was in an empty room for my first bull market. I literally had nobody to ask any questions to. Had no idea what a bear market was. Had no idea that it was going to recover. You think buying the dip is scary now when you've got people telling you, no, it's probably going to keep going up. It's still scary to buy the dip. But when there's nobody telling you that this is natural and it's supposed to happen, and you just got to take a shot in the dark.
I've set.
Damn, did we get new exit liquidity? What's up, man?
UK, man. UK is coming to push up.
What's up?
But we're gonna get a lot of new people in here. I mean, you guys have noticed, right? There's people that were in here like 3 weeks ago that aren't here anymore. It's like I call them tourists. Because you're gonna get a lot of that, right? They'll come in, they'll swing, they want to get rich quick. Something bad happens and they're like, screw this, my mom was right, crypto's a scam, I'm gone. But then you'll have those people that take it personally and say, okay, no. Some people saw this coming, I didn't see this coming. Right? They bleed just like I do. So if they can know something, I can know something. You take it personal and you learn, and then you end up sticking around. And slowly we'll end up building a tribe, you know. We got a good group. Most important thing is sticking around during the bear. If you can manage to stick around during the bear market when it's boring as shit and everybody's telling you crypto's dead, you're going to be way ahead of everybody else. That's when we get all our research done. Right? Figure out which one of these projects are actually still building, what new projects are coming down the line. This is where we buy these projects at bottom basement prices on dexes, because everybody's going to be on the dex by the next bear market with a certain amount of money sitting in your wallets so you can be prepared for things today. You saw how easy it was to jump in that position because you had a little bit of money in your Phantom wallet. Right? Sometimes that's the biggest difference. Just having a little bit of funds in a hot wallet that lets you deploy those funds quickly in times like that. Because I guarantee you there were people that saw it and said, I've got to move money, and by the time I move it over, I'm not doing all that. And you miss out on those opportunities, and what you end up doing is buying it on centralized exchanges the day it becomes available, and then you become exit liquidity for everybody on the DEX. Joe, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. Yeah, Rambo. What I hate about copy trading is you can copy trade somebody for 2 or 3 years and be super successful, right? But the second you lose that person, you've learned nothing. Like, you've literally picked up no skills, right? All you know how to do is copy somebody that's got a high win rate. Yeah, Weeks is the worst. And then these guys that you see on there with really high win rates, there's ways to hack that. Like, I could have a super high win rate and make it look like I'm the top trader in the world. I just got to take no L's, right? Quick, short trades. That's good. That's a good start, bro. I did something similar when I stopped smoking cigarettes. I just put all my cigarette money into Bitcoin. I was like, look, I'm spending all this money on cigarettes. I'm already spending it, so I've already sort of worked it into my life budget, right? If I can afford that, then why can't I afford to just put it in Bitcoin?
Yo, that's funny. I was just talking to someone about the exact same thing with copy trading.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just
you
builds
end
no
up losing
skills.
a lot of time if you had taken the time to learn the skill. No one can take that from you.
Yeah. The skills that you're going to learn here, even if crypto disappears tomorrow, you can go to any market where price has an opening and a closing price, and you can make money. Even if you've got to learn how to chart on paper, with the skills that you pick up, any market that has an opening and closing price, you can make money for the rest of your life. Nobody can take that skill from you. I'm at the point in life where I can honestly tell you that if I lost it all, knock on wood, I would get it back. And there's not a lot of professions, there's not a lot of trades or skills that you can say that with that sort of confidence, right? Like, but I know with the tools that I have and the risk the risk management rules that I have, if, God forbid, if I lost it all, I'd be able to make it back. Inshallah, of course. can't take what you know. Right? Nobody can ever take what you know. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Yoel. Those type of platforms, they've got like a life expectancy. They got like an expiration date, like a gallon of milk. Especially if you're American, right? You got maybe 6 months to a year before they start sending out those letters, those KYC letters and all that bullshit. We'll see. Maybe this administration won't be so hard on perp dexes, but time will tell. But there's a long list of, bodies from KuCoin to MEXC to, insert perp dex here. Yeah, I thought about doing some things for fun. I mean, honestly, it would probably just be the most entertaining shit would be like degen meme coin trading, right? Like the live trade that we took earlier with fecal coin. My main goal though is so that people understand why I get into a position. Right? Like what are my triggers? Why I get out. Not necessarily a trade signal per se.
Come on, China. China, buy now. I don't know, man. I'm trying to hold off. I keep on trying to go past 98 and 99, but they don't want to do it. How many times am I going to allow that? Could have been done, did it, and Came down and did it again 2 or 3 times now. Maybe this time I take it. What am I waiting for? Well, I guess I'm waiting for that up there. 106.
Yeah, Crow came back and took that massive vector range that it left behind. That was unfortunate.
Golly.
But took the majority of it, and in that last vector, it took 50%, I believe. Yeah. Took 50% of the remaining vector. Looks like you're in wick discovery. That was a really good reaction there, right? That stopping volume candle, but you violated or invalidated the stopping volume candle by bodying under. So now you're basically in wick discovery here. I would like to see this SR hold. Basically where you're at right now. But if that collapses, you're probably coming down to fill this wick.
Then it joins the club.
Yeah, some of these coins are they really need to find support quick.
Well, at least you still got XLM.
Did you send me a friend invite, Daniel? I might have to accept the friend invite before it lets you message for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, I'll check it out.
You can name the coins that have held. XLM. I guess XRP, I guess. Well, you call that holding? I guess, since it used to be at 50 cents forever, I guess it did hold. But, I guess SUI held. You count Solana as holding? Holding 200.
Doing all right.
It's not like it's gone back to 150 or 80 or 90.
Daniel, what's your name on Discord? I'm looking for it, but I don't see it. All right. All right, I got you. I accepted it. I got you, brother. I'll send you an invite to the Discord. The invite I'm sending you is to the free section. If you want to join the full Discord, it's $50 one-time fee. There's a link in the Discord, or you can do Cash App or crypto, whatever you want, or you can just come hang out in the free section too. There's no pressure.
You ever see that commercial with the eggs? This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah. Any questions?
Oh, my bad. My mic's open. I'm talking to somebody on Facebook about Kodak.
I thought you were talking to.
That was a comment about Kodak Black. Have you seen that guy?
Oh, the video where he's like in the middle of the street eating chicken. Is that the one you mean?
This guy is fried. Listen, I've seen this happen to people before. Because I've known people like that. They
Perks. He's
quite a
perked
few
out, bro.
limit.
It's too many perks. Yeah, he's all perked
Yeah,
out. He was on you know the
back.
streamer Kai Cenat? He went on Kai's stream, and he was interviewing him.
Kodak?
Yeah, he was interviewing Kodak, and Kodak was in the back, and Kodak threw something up in the air. Couldn't tell what it was. He just flicked something up in the air and caught it in his mouth. And Kai was like, "What was that?" He's like, "A little glitch for the Twitch." He had popped like a perk 30 live on the. That's when it's bad, right? You can't get through an interview without popping some pills. You
Ain't
got
no
it
coming
bad.
back.
Nah, you got it bad.
Once your brain gets like that, you're done. You're not the same person anymore. You're either
Yeah.
gonna be dead soon, and you're literally crazy.
Right now the free section is basically got everything, right? Because we're down in the free section, but everything's moving up into the paid. So the YouTube voice will be in paid. The only thing that'll be down in the free section will be a free chat, a free voice chat, a free text chat, and some research materials and stuff like that. It's really just for people that are on the YouTube that want to be in the Discord but maybe can't afford to pay for it yet, but want to come in and hang out. And then like once a week, I'm going to bring the YouTube stream back down into the free section. We'll do like a free section show a couple times a week too. It's no pressure. The majority of it, the reason that I'm charging is just because I don't want it to be too easy for people to come from YouTube right on Discord into YouTube voice and just show their meme coins to you guys at 3 o'clock in the morning while everybody's asleep. But the paid section is going to have trading rooms, research rooms. I want to have some AI agent integration in there for research. Just a good, calm sort of trading environment. And we'll go adding, right? During the bear market, I plan on adding a bunch of stuff.
Bro, there was some guy who had an open mic this morning on here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm gonna add some more mods. I'm gonna add some more mods here soon too. I'm trying to figure out the time frames because I want to have somebody on at every time, basically at whatever times they're used to being on.
I got you.
Leighton said that was you, Emad.
Nah, I ain't been doing that.
It's too funny.
I mean, this guy, I got to hear his whole morning routine, everything. Getting in his car.
Yeah, Discord sucks, especially when you're on mobile. If you open up your Discord on mobile, 9 times out of 10, your mic's gonna be open. You gotta check to make sure.
And sometimes it'll turn your mic on out of nowhere.
Yeah.
This guy's from Africa. I've never sold a CD to a guy in Africa, ever.
Sample, are you in the Discord, Sample? What do you say? They're not good custies? They never buy?
I've never ever sold a CD to them. I'm like, for 100 or whatever. Who knows?
You gotta win them over, man. That's all you need is your shit bumping.
Oh, they have no money.
That could be an issue. It depends on how you want to pay sample. If you go on the Discord and you scroll up to the top, there's a channel called Cypher Family Roll, and there's a link there to the WAP store. The WAP store, you just sign on with your Discord, and once you pay the $50, it'll send you the roll automatically. If you don't want to use a card though, because I know this is crypto and you want to use crypto, just message me directly and tell me what crypto you want to use. Or if you just want to do Cash App, whatever's easier. But if you want to do that, if you want to pay a different way, you have to message me. I can't message you because we've already got scammers out there trying to look like me asking people for money and shit. So to avoid that, I can't message first. Sample that link will work. You can buy it from the UK. Just whatever. I think it lets you use PayPal or whatever works for you, bro. Just let me know.
UK be buying.
I'll take some XRP from you, Leighton.
Germany buys. France buys. Switzerland buys. Mexico does not buy.
I actually like the idea of you paying me an XRP because it's forcing you to at least take $50 profit.
Brazil doesn't buy. Colombia doesn't buy.
Yeah, whenever you want, bro. Take your time.
Netherlands buys. The Netherlands. They break bread. Australia. They break bread.
I imagine it's not easy to find people who still buy music with all the streaming shit now, you know? Sucks.
I'm finding them. I found a solution for that. Don't stream. Done. Finished. Got to rebel against that garbage, bro. Can't allow that. It's ridiculous. Started with LimeWire and all that, bootleg and all the artists. Don't want to give us nothing. Now it's streaming. It's just disgusting.
I know it just gets a little harder to play that young man's game, right? Like, go out to the events, hustling out the trunk.
I don't believe that music should have an age on it at all.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about energy. Just the
Oh,
energy to go out to a bunch of hip hop events, be out there all night, pumping shit out the trunk.
no, I don't have the time for that.
Yeah.
I'm just doing everything stuff on the internet. I don't have a problem as long as I can get in front of them. As long as I can get in front of my niche, I'm good to go. The hard thing is doing it.
Yeah.
Dealing with platforms that shadow ban and
Yeah, getting that algo, romancing the algo. That's
the
why as
problem
much as
right
I hate
now.
to say, like, as much as I hate to like ask for likes and stuff like that, I realize that it does affect the algo. And if you want to be in front of people,
You got to.
you got to do it. Yeah.
It's all about figuring out how that works and figuring out how to maneuver around AI. Unfortunately, that's what we're up against. And the funny thing It is what it is. You better figure out what AI wants, or you're not getting seen.
Or I mean, just how to use it in general, right? Because I mean, now you could have AI agents responding to everybody that messages you, and there's
Yep.
there's
I'm
definitely
starting to
some
figure
things you
out.
can do, but
You got to reply back to all these comments. No one has time to do all that. So you got to get the AI out.
yeah, especially if the AI can do it in a conversational manner where it doesn't look like some bot just cut and paste a generic sort of response. Like these AI agents can show for you. Like they'll sit there and talk like they're you about your
Right,
stuff.
dude. I haven't figured that out yet.
No, yeah, you gotta. I think for that you probably have to train up an AI a little bit with all your info.
The thing I have now is just like I choose the emotion, click the button, comments finished.
Yeah.
It analyzes what my thread is about and what they're saying in the comments. I go to the person, click reply, choose the emotion, it types it out, and I'm done. Yeah, that's helping. But I need the AI to master the algorithm, like how you talked about the other day.
Yeah.
That really didn't accomplish it. So
Probably got to mess with it a
it's
little
not.
bit to get it to do what you want exactly.
Well, it can't bypass the shadow ban.
Oh well, that's true. That's true. If they're just not putting you on people's search bars or people's like home feed, then that's gonna be a problem.
I need it to figure out the puzzle and figure out exactly what Facebook wants me to do.
You're gonna need to start posting pictures of puppies and kittens and shit, bro. You're gonna have to take
Well, yeah, I've
everything
already
that's sort
figured that.
of
I figured
edgy.
I figured.
Yeah, you gotta
The
take
thing is, I
everything that's
don't want to
edgy
do
off the
that.
page. I know, but you gotta. It sucks, but you gotta play the game because it's their building. You know.
Well, I am playing that game, and I'm getting a lot of engagement.
Nice.
I'm posting pictures of women.
Gotta do it.
Educational things like pyramids, Sumerians, Anunnaki. They like that.
And then in the
Those
comments,
pictures are
you're just
working.
putting your thing.
No.
Oh, that's a
They want me
wild
to-
combination. Pictures of women and Anunnaki.
Yeah, these are I'm mixing posts up between those things, and then regular BS that they want to argue about. They love to argue about Egyptians and them being black. Oh my God, they love to argue over that. You got to find things for them to argue over. That's all they want to do is argue.
Engagement.
Correct you.
Yeah, it's engagement.
And
There's no such
correct
thing
you.
as negative and
Know-it-all.
positive. They're either typing,
Negative works
writing,
better.
sending, or not. Yeah, exactly.
Negative's better, bro.
That's the Trump playbook, to be honest.
Well, I mean, you know, this so the social media companies, this was a direct change that they did to their algorithm. It's not even a mystery. If you remember socials when you first got on socials, it was all kid videos and cat videos. Remember, I know you were tired of your mom sending you cute dog videos and cat videos from Facebook and all of that shit. Somewhere along the line, they realized that if they can outrage you, they get more engagement. Right? So if you see the cute picture of the cat, you probably like it, and then you keep moving to the next picture, right? If you see the picture of something you don't like, you jump in the comments, you argue with somebody for like half an hour, 7 different people. You probably send it to your group chat to complain to your group chat about it. Your group chat sends it out to their people and says, hey, look at this bullshit. And it just gets tons of more engagement than things that you actually like. So they feed you shit that you don't like. That's why you can't get on social media without getting stressed out sometimes. We pay more attention to the things we don't like than the things that we like in life. Bunch of masochists.
I'll tell you what my top posts are. Let me look.
Mukesh, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome.
Oh, another thing. They love to argue about space, whether it's real or not. That's the next thing. And another top subject is Jay-Z, Puff Daddy.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that whole rabbit hole.
They're very basic in what
Well,
they want to see.
apparently Facebook was supposed to calm down with all of that restrictive shit. Right? Like if you listen to Mark, he was saying, he's saying we're gonna calm down with all that. We went too far to the left, but does that mean that everybody that's shadow banned gets unshadow banned or what? Like,
Hell nah.
Probably not. Yeah, I do need to get some sleep here eventually. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. I'm probably gonna start getting ready here. UK, we want to stay above Asia's 50, guys. That's what we're watching. If UK can come down and test 50% of this Asian range and hold, then we're still good for our move up. If not, we're probably going to invalidate this W and come after this 42 million that's sitting here, which is growing by the hour. So when I get up in the morning, we'll see how much is there if they haven't taken it already.
And basically just posting anything to make them want to correct you or say something's wrong. For example, I posted an AI generated picture of J-Lo where her body is just like extremely thick. And that one's going nuts.
They're it's rage engagement, right? So you'll see it'll be like it'll be a dude, right? And the dude will be dressed in like some weird ass outfit, and then the comment will be this is what a man looks like.
That'll work.
That's it. And then it's like 1,000 people in there calling him names and all of this, and he's just sitting there like, thanks for the engagement, you know?
Yep.
Or it'll be a girl, it'll be like a woman that's like 45, and the comment will say something like great to be 21, and then all the girls are in the comments like, girl, you're not 21. It's like all rage engagement.
Or just posting something that you know is fake. That'll get them to come. They'll just show up in the comments and line up. Look at this, 4,500 likes on this post right here. A picture of underwater of location of South America showing underwater pyramids. I post a picture of that, 4,500 likes. And they're just straight down the line talking. That's fake. That's fake. That's not there. That's not where it's at. That's not real.
Yeah, AI videos do it too. You post some wild AI video, and then there'll be 30 people saying that's AI.
That's AI. Straight down the list. That's AI.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew it. That's why I posted it.
So stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Everybody
That's not
thinks
what I
they're so
wanna do.
smart.
I want to post my content, but it won't show it. Because I can go to the insights and see that they're not being shown.
What if you post
I can't get
video? What if you post video but with your music?
Won't
So it's a
matter.
video that people want to see, but it's on top of your music.
They don't want to see my video or my music. I can't get some dumbass to come in the comment and disagree. If I was whack and I was like Island Boys or something, they would come straight down the line in the comments. You could do better
Island
by
Boy.
being horrible.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing we were just talking about, right? It's the rage. You'll get people talking about how shitty
You're
you
better
are.
off being whack.
Yeah.
Whack is better. If you're good, they're not gonna have nothing to say. They're just gonna listen. Next. So that's why I'm going.
I guess we've had
I'm
a little
trying.
bit of that for a while, right? That's why all these kids are at war with each other. Like, people like the beef, right? You make a song talking about
That's what I'm doing now.
another person, then yeah.
I'm making songs that
You
will
should. On
make
the
them
kick that
hate me.
you've been, you need to attack all these littles.
This is what I'm doing. I've been doing that, and that's doing okay.
Yeah.
But I'm still having trouble getting Facebook to show it. It does great when I go in the music review shows. It's like I'm the celebrity in the thing all of a sudden. It's all about me when I show up. The host is trying to explain who I am, why I say what I say. They're all in the comments. Everyone hates me. It's all about me. But that's not what I'm going for. They're not. I don't get engagement off of being on there.
Do they have spaces on Facebook, sort of thing, like Twitter?
I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start making posts, just calling out cats and shit. Little this, little that. I'm gonna just start making a. That's what I'm gonna start.
Why don't you just do your own music showcase and always make sure that your
They don't
shit is
care.
on there, but you also bring other people, so that maybe their audiences, right, that they bring end up being your audience.
That's what I gotta do. I gotta make. But they see the thing is, once those people hear my music, they hate it. They despise what I do.
Oh wait, no, you got to bring people that are in. Like, don't fill it with a bunch of like new cats. Like, bring it with, have a boom bap showcase.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're slim to none these days. If you didn't notice,
Yeah, it's a dying breed.
it's a dying breed. I'm in a dying breed category where everyone's gotten old and dying.
There's some
Look at how
kids, man. There's some groups now that are still carrying the torch, like Griselda and
that's
some of
very
these,
few.
but it's very few and far between.
You can count them on your fingers now.
Yeah.
So what I had to do is I had to become the enemy of them. That way, all of them hate me because I can't get them to like me. It's either that or talk to nobody.
Nah, I can't do that. There's no money in that.
Nah.
Hate is the same thing as love,
So
man. Indifference is what you don't want. If people can hate you, they can love you. But when people are just indifferent and don't care either way, that's when you know it's bad.
I'm the bad guy now, bro. That's it.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna jump in chat with y'all for a bit, but I'm about to get off and get to bed here. Got a couple more things to check up on Discord. On Twitter. All right, we know the play here, guys. 50%. UK breaks underneath that. We can start looking for the invalidation in the 42 mil. If it holds, we can start targeting some of these vectors above. And don't be surprised or dismayed if we end up literally just doing this.
That looks about right.
A whole bunch of sideways, right? But we know what the triggers are. If we get above that supply, then we're good money for the vector. If we break this demand, then we're going after that 42 mil. So then we're just in the range.
To? It's not the top of that white line, is it?
96.3 to 96.9. That takes you to the SR flip, and then the top vector is 97.3 to 98-ish. That's the measured move for the W.
Well, I might be going bye-bye up there. I am going bye-bye up there. I'm tired now.
I hear you. All right, y'all. Trade safe.
Ward out.
Wait, I almost messed up. Before I go to sleep, let me reset the stream because we're already on 10 hours. If you're in the stream and you're new, hit the subscribe button so you can find us when we come back. We'll be back in like a minute and a half.